If you're right on your left side, it's always to use different.
Okay, sorry.
Well, good morning and welcome back to Nottingham. We're at Wollaton Park once again for the fourth and final iteration of this year's UK Cross Challenge Series Today is also the Inter-Counties Championship, so we'll be seeing a lot of vests that you might not be so familiar with. But it all starts in just a few minutes' time. We kick things off with the power race, and they'll run over 4 kilometres, which is 2 shorter laps here of Wollaton Park. Temperatures today, well, it's not as sunny as it was 12 months ago. If you can remember way back then, it was a gorgeous sunny day. It's slightly more overcast today, but temperatures not too bad. A slight breeze and reaching around 10 degrees during our final race of the day, which is the senior men's race. That gets off at 2:45. What a month or so it has been for athletics in the UK. Just 2 weeks ago was the National, and we'll descend on Wollaton Park today for this Cross Challenge Series final, and we'll be using these 2 loops today. The shorter loop, which you can see with the A section, those will be the shorter loops of the course, and the longer section, which works out to be about 3 kilometres a lap. So brilliant view here from the top of the hill, just in front of the hall. And here are our athletes for this first race, the power race. We've got one female athlete taking part in this, Ella Richards. We saw her first. James McKibben there has a reigning champion. San Fernando won this race last year, did Sam. The Fife athlete won by, I think it was 20-30 seconds in the end. So there they all are. Starting in Pens, which we'll see today because it's a team race for the Inter-Counties. A lot of athletes who have had a very busy month, and some of the younger athletes may well be heading to the English schools next week.
Yeah, swim first.
Swim, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the tape's been pulled away. Conditions, they are pretty good, as I say, overcast. But not much of a breeze, which is ideal. Off they go. So our first race of this Cross Challenge final. Brilliant to be here back in Nottingham once again. We'll tear up this hill. James McKibben in the blue of Devon, just on the left-hand side. San Fernando is settled in nicely in the middle of this race. And Oliver Scott, who is wearing 3507 on the right-hand side, in the African Violet of Loughborough, hits the front early on here, leading James McKibben, and Dan Wolf in behind him. Fernando happy to just sit back in fourth, some 5 metres adrift, and as they go up the hill, they will now just head down the slope into the trees. Familiar sight if you've ever been here to Wollaton Park before. Well, here they come, as I say, amongst the trees and all the leaves. And Scott at the front. Well clear at the minute. This is a 4K race, so you know we're going to be something around 14-15 minutes. I think that was the time it was run by Fernando last year. Just outside 14 minutes, he's 30 seconds ahead on that day. This is a huge lead on this opening lap from Oliver Scott. Dan Wolf has done very well to position himself in second place. McKibben is there in third in the blue of Devon. McKibben always likes to get out quickly. Very gutsy runner. So nice to see this pace from Oliver Scott.
Strictly speaking, we're on the road crossing, aren't we? That's that's the intention.
Yeah.
Such a strong lead. No messing about, that's for sure. Oliver Scott, only 18 years of age. Very well at the Parliament Hill cross challenge, finished 22nd. Plenty of dogs out on the course, enjoying themselves. Very well behaved, that's what we want to see. We don't want to see anybody chasing after our athletes down on the course. No, we don't. So Scott is being ever so slightly chased down by James McKibben, who has now just overtaken Wolf. And Wolf, 31 years of age. A brilliant race at the UK Championships last year, Dan Wolf. It was a real dust-up outdoors in Birmingham over the 1500 metres. Kieran O'Hara winning that one. So McKibben finds himself in second now, just pulling away from Wolf. Getting stronger is James McKibben, North Devon AC athlete. 27 years of age now. So this is the long stretch as they head back towards the start line, heading towards this F point on the course, which is where our camera is if you've got the course map in front of you. And there's McKibben and Wolf coming towards the end of this first lap, and Fernando is back in fourth place, the winner of this championship race last year. Corey Hare flashed past our screen. It's a lovely long straight section, isn't it? Although leads into the climb again from the start. Oliver Scott here, a T47 athlete. That's his Power Athletics classification. Part of the Midway Tri-Club also. Improving nicely, that's for sure. So, on the second lap, Oliver Scott heading towards the trees with a huge lead with less than 2 kilometres to go in this race. It's a great section just to build some speed. It's steep, steeper than it looks. McKibbin is going very well in second place here. Oliver Scott, a man with a personal best of just outside 16 minutes for the 5K. There was Ella Richards, the Torbay athlete. There's Sean Delaney for company. It's a really tough climb up that hill. Not easy, particularly when you're under the shadow of Wollaton Hall. Makes the climb even more imposing. So here's our leader in that Loughborough vest. Oliver Scott, well clear at the minute. Still time in this race for things to change as they approach the final kilometre. So, there he is, turning around point C on the course. As I say, just over a kilometre to go from this point, snaking his way through. This is a real chicane section where the different parts of the course all link up. A few twists and turns. Lots of spectators already here from where they've parked or got the bus. And there's McKibbin in the blue, in second place. And there's Dan Wolf in third place. I wonder, is Fernando still in fourth? He was clear coming towards the end of that first lap, and there he is in the white and red of Fife AC. Certainly a chilly day out there. It is this morning. That distance approaching 40 metres between Oliver Scott and James McKibbin, and the distance closer to 50 between McKibbin and Wolf, the man in the Belgrave vest in shot. We'll head behind the trees. The course looks really good underfoot today. As I say, it's been a nice week. We've had some sun, a bit of rain in parts of the UK yesterday, a lot of downpours, but not too bad in Nottingham, and that's really helped the course here. We'll see as we get to some of the longer races later on, and we use the longer laps, just how bad it is on the furthest part of the course away from the finish line. But here now it looks very, very good for cross-country running. There's Ella Richards again, just chasing after Sean Delaney. And Scott with McKibbin. And there's our front three in this power race here at the Cross Challenge final. Scott from McKibben from Wolf. Well, for Oliver Scott here, he's got 2 more turns to go. He'll snake his way now through this shoehorn section that is so familiar to athletes who have been to this race before in previous years. He'll head up the hill. It's a sharp 180-degree turn, but a nice long stretch towards the finishing arch. He committed early, didn't he, Oliver Scott? We'll take a look with Oliver White there, the Tunbridge athlete. Well, it's been a great display, hasn't it? We'll head round this turn at the top. It gets even steeper almost as you come up to it. Look over the shoulder just to see where McKibben is. McKibben can finish very quickly. So Scott will have to roll this one down the hill into the finish. And here he is. A great view of Oliver Scott coming down the home stretch with McKibben in second and Dan Wolf in third. This race, though, has been dominated by Oliver Scott in his Loughborough vest. Brilliant performance in the first race of the day. Oliver Scott, winner of this para cross-country race here at Wollaton Park, and it's James McKibben coming through to take second place. And Dan Wolf pumping those arms to finish quickly. Brilliant work from him. Third place for Wolf. And San Fernando here comes across the line in fourth place, some 14 seconds, a bit slower than he did last year, but just shows how quality this field was. The time 13:50, the winning time by Oliver Scott. And those 4 clear of everybody else. And Oliver White here had to do a lot of work on his own. Will finish in 5th place. There's Ella Richards. There's Vincent Charles. Charles, just this final stretch to contend with. Build up some speed here, and we may well later today see a few sprint finishes contested. We saw a couple of brilliant close finishes at the National Cross up in Sedgefield 2 weeks back. more of the same today. Vincent Charles there, the Owls AC Leicester man. There's Callum Ballantyne. Ballantyne, the Cumbernauld AAC athlete. We're going to get a flurry of athletes. That's Sean Delaney. And Corey Hare. And winner of this women's power race, Ella Richards. Brilliant running from her. Great to see her here again. Love the way she runs, very committed, gets out, pushes it hard. Great running style. And there we are. The official results. Oliver Scott winning in just under 13:50, 13:49, the winning time for him, 11 seconds ahead of James McKibben. And then Dan Wolfe in third place. That's our first race of the day done. The under 11s are up next for the boys. 31 entries in this, so they will pretty much all get their individual pens, which is nice. Like having their own lanes on the track. Give us a wave, guys. Come on. We know you're keen. Few nervous faces for sure. Away they go in this under 11 boys race. It's 2 kilometres. It is 1 lap. And they will start with a level of tenacity you only see in young athletes. There's Theo Mins, Blackpool athlete at the front. Orange vest, black t-shirt underneath. Just in behind him, it's Theo Barker from the city of Stoke, and then we have George North, not to be mistaken with the Welsh rugby legend. George North runs for Workshop Harriers, and he is in third place in a minute. So tough start at the hill. Some brilliant ancient trees here at Wollaton Park, and it's Theo Mins that heads out of the way. Remember, only 1 lap, 1 short lap, 2 kilometres, so they'll be done very quickly. Theo Mins, only 10 years of age, leading this race. Won the Mid-Lancashire League up in Blackpool this year, just outside 7 minutes the time for him then. And winner of the national primary school race last year in Stoneleigh in Warwickshire. So he's a super young talent, second at Sefton Park in the cross challenge back in November, so knows how to get on the podium at these cross challenge races. This race not part of the inter-counties, just the cross challenge, and that is a huge lead inside the opening kilometre. So Mins well out in front. You've got to be brave, haven't you, 10 years of age, to take the race out like this. You know, there's going to be a lot of athletes warming up around the course, family, friends, clubs, spectators. He's not faced at all, is he? So Theo Barker is the man in second place still. It's part of the course where the longer lap links in with the shorter lap, and you have this chicane section. You see all the tape in the background. It would be quite confusing if it wasn't for our brilliant officials that are here marking the course and guiding athletes round, walkie-talkies and all sorts, keeping everybody in the loop. So it's Mins who leads in the, as I say, halfway stage now. It's hard work on your own at the front, particularly these sections where it's a steady incline up the slope. That initial adrenaline has started to wear off, and then you have to find your pace, find your rhythm, control the breathing, and that's what Mins will be going through here. Oh, the man just running away from the camera is Theo Barker. So we've got Theo in first and second place. And here is Theo Mins, the leader, down this slope, building up some pace. The athletes actually have to cross that footpath on the left-hand side of the screen, and they loop back and run alongside these trees. Well, we've got a real battle on for third place, haven't we? He looks very relaxed, our leader, Theo Mins. Theo Barker, the City of Stoke athlete, who is in second place here. Well, he's clear for now. Will anything change in that regard? He's ticking along nicely. There's Simeon Beeching, who is in third place in the Notze Sea Vest. Another Notze Sea man is Caleb Wilkins, who's in fourth place. Harry Lees from Derby. Finley cutting there, and Theo Mins in the top left of the screen is our leader, coming to the end of this under-11 boys race. When he gets to the tree at the top of this climb, he's got Wollaton Hall in his sights right in front of him. Of course, really does look in good condition here, but when he gets to the big tree just in front of the hall, he'll turn right, 180-degree spin, and down the slope for about 200 metres into the finish. Very tough, this section. Great to see the support for this young man and the others on the course. And now he can open up the stride and just power on home. Great to see. Tough to start, isn't it? Particularly if you've come from Blackpool this morning all the way to Nottingham, but a worthy trip for Theo Mins and his family. Wollaton Park, a great venue to come and take the cross challenge win here in Nottingham. Brilliant performance from Theo Mins. Great job. 8 minutes 19 seconds on the clock. Brilliant course for these young men, and Theo Barker's going to make it a 1-2 for the Theos here. A real battle on for third place. Looks like it might be Beeching holding on, but it's Barker that gets second here at Wollaton Park. And it is Simeon Beeching of Notts AC that gets there, and it's a dip on the line. Who got that one? Looked like it might have been George North. Very close though. We'll wait and see when it comes to it. It is North that's been given it. Just from Wilkins. So those are the top five. There's Harry Lees, Finley Cutting, Alex Eves. Well, brilliant win from Theo Mins to take this under-11 boys race here in Nottingham. Next up for you, it's the under-11 girls. They'll also run over 2 kilometres, and some very excited athletes on the start line. We have got 17 entries for this. I think that was Gabriella Phillips who was cheering. Good representation of clubs here from Southampton, Medway, Amber Valley as they set off towards Wollaton Hall. They really do get out quickly. So the athlete at the front of this one, Maddie Draper, Southampton athlete, has Isabel Hartfield from Medway just in second at the moment. So it's a Southampton vest that leads us. Gabriella Phillips, another City of Stoke athlete, in about third place. Really great strength to climb up that hill. It's still going. Through the trees then, the two leaders, Maddie Draper, Isabel Hartfield. Another Stoke vest flashing past the screen. There's Annabelle Reid from Coventry Godiva who gets herself towards the front 6 or so of this race. So it's 2 kilometres, it's only 1 lap. So you really can't afford to sit and be patient in the midsection of this race. This has been a strong start, hasn't it? Just wondering where that tape on the left-hand side has gone. I'm sure it was there a minute ago. There's Darcy Windle, Lincoln Wellington AC. Abby Donnelly, leading senior women's athlete from that club, has been selected to compete at the European Championships this summer over the marathon. I'm sure she's somebody that Darcy Windle looks up to. Ebola Kande, brilliant young sprinter from Lincoln Wellington. That club doing some fantastic work to develop young talent. Maddie Draper here in picture is a great young talent, leading this cross-challenge race for the under-11s. A couple of well-behaved dogs there. Draper from Hartfield, and Darcy Windle. That's the final standings from that under-11 boys race. We just saw Theo Mins from Theo Barker from Simeon Beeching, the top 3. Brilliant win for Mins. Blackpool athlete coming down to Nottingham, taking the spoils. And there's our leading 3 in this under-11 girls race. Southampton from Medway and Maidstone from Lincoln Wellington. This is a really tough climb. This shot really does show just how steep it is. There's certainly some sections of this course at Wollaton Park which are flatter, which do allow the athletes to build up a bit of speed and perhaps just lower that breathing rate, but this is not one of them. It's a slog, particularly they know they're getting towards the finish. There's only 17 athletes in this field entered for this race. Small field, but good quality so far, and we're seeing that from Draper. Maybe some athletes just starting to push on, knowing that they're in the back half of this race. Draper has ran at 2:30, 800 metres indoors this winter. Showing her abilities, not just on the cross-country course like she is today. Hampshire County champion this season too. Draper pushing on. You have to keep controlled at this point, don't you? Because it's so easy to just ease off. You're starting to hurt. You're coming towards the back end of the race. Here's Hartfield. And then Darcy Windle clear in third at the minute, but is that Annabelle Reid starting to challenge for fourth place? The Coventry Godiva athlete currently in fifth. Just looking over the shoulder of Gabriella Phillips, the Stoke athlete who sits in fourth. So Stoke placing well in the opening few races. And this is Callie Tompkin. So Draper, our leader in this under-11 girls race, digging deep. It is so tough up this hill. They've done it once already at the start. To do it just before you finish is even tougher. There's Ada King in the bottom right, just flying past the screen. Going well. Florence Sibley just behind her, the Amber Valley athlete. But our leader at the front of this race is Maddie Draper, the Southampton AC athlete. Pushing on up this hill. Those strides just get shorter. You end up stepping rather than running. It's so tough. She's done a brilliant job of that. And now down the hill she goes. Less than 200 metres to the finish for Maddie Draper. Cruising down that hill. It's Hartfield in second place still. And she is chasing quickly. I don't think it's going to be enough for Hartfield to close the gap, because Maddie Draper has led this race from gun to tape as she takes the title here for the Nottingham Cross Challenge for 2026. Brilliant performance. There's Isabel Hartfield. Medway and Maidstone was closing so quickly. Great to see. Darcy Windle, Lincoln Wellington coming through for third place. And it's Annabelle Reid from Coventry Godiva Harriers coming through in fourth place. Brilliant second half of the race from her. She was really patient on that first climb. A very well measured run from her to finish in fourth place. And then Gabriella Phillips from the City of Stoke coming through for fifth. Callie Tompkin there, the Rotherham Harrier, modern to her, sixth place. Good to see the youngsters get out here. Really is a fantastic venue. Look at that for a sprint finish too. RC Tolley, well done. Well, our next race is the under-20 men's. That starts in 4 minutes' time, and they race over 8 kilometres. They'll be doing 2 of our long laps after the initial short lap. So we'll get to see the long lap for the first time in that next race. Always difficult to know who's turning up in these inter-county races. The teams can be declared up to the start of the race, and sometimes a little bit later than that, so we're always guessing to try and work out who's actually here. Maybe spot a few people out on the course warming up, that can be a good indicator. That was Esme Grace Wainwright, the Amber Valley athlete, crossing the line there. This looks like Quinn Sprengel Potter. And there's Mayim Glaberman, another Amber Valley athlete. Well done. So, next up, under 20 men's race. Over 200 athletes entered for that. There's all the club tents. How good is that to see? Should I say county tents? Some of them will be club tents, but we'll see the county ones, that's for sure. So within the team competition for this inter-counties race, it is 4 per team that will score. They all start in pens. Well, some athletes out here racing on their own. That was Arthur Ballard, Chelmsford athlete. Athletes, of course, can be selected by their county for this, and they can also run as an individual for their club as part of the Cross Challenge Series. Hampshire there. Not necessarily all of these counties will have full teams. Can have up to 6 athletes per team. It's Finley Blythe from Sussex just on the right hand side, giving us a big thumbs up. It can be manic out of the pens, but a little bit more organised than a traditional start line. Athletes will typically put their faster athletes towards the front, which allows them to keep out of trouble, get to the front of the race a bit easier rather than navigating traffic. So we'll be keeping an eye out to see who is here, where they all line up.
What celebration are we doing at the No, you mean what celebration is it? There's a little car park on the left hand side. Just get out there, move the barrier and then just park it out.
So they will do 2 long laps, but it's the short lap to start. See here, I think it may well be the man that was smiling at the camera. Is it one of our Sussex athletes? We'll see. I think that could be well be Finley Blythe. Of course, we could see some of these athletes next week taking part in the English schools. A lot of athletes will be feeling spoilt for choice. Well, how about that then? The big thumbs up after starting third in the pen for Sussex, and Finley Blythe has found himself well in front at the start of this race. Cosmo Benyon is the man in the light blue in second place at the minute. So Finley Blythe finding himself leading this race. Cosmo Benyon in the light blue is there. Bradley Andrews Callett is in the white vest with the green sash or stripe of Hampshire. He's in third place wearing 1121. Well, that early pace from Finley Blythe now just settling in. So they are now just chicaning their way back towards the start line, towards the finish. As I say, we have something like 230 odd entries for this race. We're all packed in nicely here. This first lap's a really good way with all the tight turns to just try and separate everybody up a bit. That early pace, a good way to do that. Bradley Andrews Callett, you see him near the front. Cosmo Benyon, of course, was in third place at the English National Cross Country Championships just a couple of weeks back. Bradley Andrews Callett was 8th at those National Cross Country Champs. So we've got some good pedigree here. So in the masses, all together. It's Jack Sanderson in the blue and white Yorkshire vest. Charlie Collins towards the front. It was Innes Wright from Scotland East. So of course, as I say, the team competition here is also important as the individual accolades that may come. Packing well, top 4 to score can make a big difference. Let's see who we've got in there. Joe Grange is in the red. Jack Sanderson, as I said, on the right hand side, wearing 3150, is placing at the front with Ian Jordan of Scotland West just to his outside. Trying to figure out where Finley Blythe has gone. That eager start at the beginning of the race. There was no super sprint this week. So Chris Cole is in the yellow Surrey vests. Difficult to tell at this stage where everybody is, but the likes of Cosmo Benyon, Andrew Kalek and Jack Sanderson being near the front of this race is intriguing, and it's certainly expected because they are athletes who are favoured. The athletes will turn to the right now, their right, and the left of picture to head on this long lap. This long lap is 3 kilometres, a bit longer, and they'll be doing 2 of these longer laps. So they'll head away from Wollaton Hall. So Sanderson at the front then, in that white and blue vest. And there is Alex Lennon in the yellow vest on the right hand side. Alex Lennon, certainly one to watch here. Lennon, Sutton District athlete, only 17 years of age. Into the World Cross Country Championships at the start of this year, so that was 2 months ago. Been a long start to the year for him. There's certainly a different type of course than we saw out in Tallahassee for that World Cross, and Alex Lennon, good to see him here. Was 32nd of that World Cross Country Championships. It shows just how good a runner he is. We've seen him put in some huge performances on a national level in the past couple of years. He won the National Cross back in 2025, Southern Champion that year. Finished 3rd at the Liverpool Cross Challenge back in November, and 15th at the European Cross Country Championship, so has to be here one of the favoured athletes. It's still early stages, 8 kilometres this race. I would say works into his favour. We've got Sam Wilson just on the left hand side. I've just seen Liam Johnson drop out on the left hand side. Is he holding his calf? I hope he's okay. Tough place to drop out. It's such a long way from any of the tents and support. Hopefully somebody goes and gives him a jacket, bottle of water. I hope he is okay. So we've got a group starting to pull away. Got about 11 athletes in this leading group, and again it's still Jack Patterson near the front.
But there are some women, remember, where we've seen, remember them that under 15
Jack Sanderson, we saw, finished second at the cross challenge at Parliament Hill. He's the man leading that group in the top left of picture in the Yorkshire vest, which is blue and white for those of you that aren't familiar with it. Finished fifth at the National just a couple of weeks back. There's some 24 seconds off Cosmo Benyon, who got a medal, so wasn't too far away. Could this be his day?
Basically, your objective today, so enjoy it, number one.
And Sanderson with Benyon now just starting to stretch out. This is really the halfway point of the race. About 4 kilometres down and 4 kilometres to go. So everybody now just starting to stretch out. Bradley Andrews-Callech is down in about 7th place here. Lennon in the yellow. Alex Lennon, the front man here. Of course, still looking in brilliant condition. As I mentioned earlier, the temperatures here starting at about 6 degrees. We'll get to 10 degrees a little later on. James Alexander is one of the men near the front in that blue vest, just behind Sanderson, Scotland West. Ted Ash from Lincolnshire. So we do have our leading group of 4 starting to push on. Seb Malero is the man in the Suffolk vest who is trying to hold on to the back of them. So now they're on their final lap, and it's Lennon with Sanderson, and in that turquoise blue of Scotland West, it's James Alexander. So good to see here. We've got the Scottish National Cross Country champion, James Alexander, and then last year's English National Cross Country champion in Alex Lennon. Cosmo Benyon has just slipped off the back and finds himself in 4th place here. He needs to try and claw them back. He ran so brilliantly a couple of weeks back, did Cosmo Benyon, at those National Cross Championships. This is a brilliant part of the course. When it gets flat, it's long and it's straight. It's a brilliant section. So it's Sanderson. There's Lennon. Both of them looking really relaxed here. Maybe that grimace on the face of James Alexander, perhaps just an indication of what might come. He's working very hard to try and stay in touch right now. Cosmo Benyon is bouncing in behind them in 4th place. And it's Seb Malero in 5th, and then Bradley Andrews Callett finds himself in 6th place. So we're starting to see the tail of this race, and it's Alex Lennon in the yellow against Jack Sanderson pulling away. James Alexander is grimacing now. This is a brilliant shot of everyone just pulling away from the hall, the crowds. Such a great straight section. And here they are, those two, now turned around the top corner. And that gap between Lennon, Sanderson, and then Alexander, who's in that turquoise blue of Scotland West, in 3rd place, is growing. And Lennon, for me, looks incredibly relaxed here. And maybe just we're starting to see a little hint in Jack Sanderson with that head sort of looking up and down. Says to me maybe he's just starting to feel the heat ever so slightly, not by much, but just enough. And Cosmo Benyon here will be delighted to see James Alexander just fading off those lead two, because it gives him something to aim for and someone to try and target, particularly on these sections which are long and straight and can be difficult if you're out on your own. You need a target, and Cosmo Benyon has that in James Alexander in front of him here. I love to see cross-country races like this where it's shoulder to shoulder. We did see this in the under-20 race at the National 2 weeks back, where it was Matt Pickering against Biro Kaduna Kabede, and those two were shoulder to shoulder for such a long period of time. Cosmo Benyon actually finished 3rd in that race, was out on his own for a long portion of that race, finished some 30 seconds back, so he'll be used to working away on the course on his own for now. You can just see Callum Johnson, Gateshead athlete, northeast man, did brilliantly at the National a couple of weeks ago. Won here, I think it was 2 years ago now. Out spectating today, not competing, I believe. So then, we are now into the final kilometre of this race. Certainly getting close to it, for sure. And Sanderson and Lennon, shoulder to shoulder. Really interesting to watch Alex Lennon run. He's just so relaxed in the shoulders. His face never really changes, that jaw open look. Just says to me he's so dialed in, so relaxed. You see this part of the course definitely a bit more chopped up already. Both the athletes looking to head towards the right hand edge to keep away from all of the muck and the churned up ground. Sanderson here just picked up the pace. I said maybe he was showing a hint of fatigue, but he's still there, toe to toe, really taking this race out for Alex Lennon. I mentioned in one of the earlier races, the under-11s, that this part of the course is a little deceptive. It's a very steady slope that just inclines and drags the energy out of you. Cosmo Benyon, I think he's still in 3rd place. So this is the final lap. We're into the final few 100 metres. Looks like it's still James Alexander in third. Cosmo Benyon, who started to close the gap, has just faded off the back slightly in fourth here. But it's Lennon and Sanderson, these two shoulder to shoulder, and now Lennon has just taken the lead ever so slightly. Will that be telling? I wonder. That's so much grit and determination from James Alexander there, who's been grimacing this whole third lap. And now Leonard in the top left has just started to push on and pull away ever so slightly. He looks so relaxed, doesn't he? Sanderson. Can he hold this gap? Can he close it? I don't think so, because Lennon is so strong and he is motoring up this hill almost effortlessly, pulling away. Now starts to pump those arms as he goes up the steepest section of this hill. A great feeling when all the crowd are peering over the barriers and looking on. And Alex Lennon, who is a real master of the cross-country course. You can see just how far behind Sanderson is, and Alex Lennon is on course to take a brilliant win here at the Inter-County Championships and Nottingham Cross Challenge. It's been superb stuff. They were shoulder to shoulder for almost the whole 8 kilometres, and Alex Lennon in the final 400 metres showing his worth, showing his quality, pulling away to take the title. He's the Inter-County champion for the under-20s in Nottingham. He wins the Nottingham Cross Challenge Series, and Jack Sanderson, who gave it everything, was there the whole way, finishes in second place. And it's going to be James Alexander who finishes in third place. Cosmo Benyon rolling on through in fourth place. That was a tough third lap for James Alexander. Just at the start of that third lap, he started to drift off the back of the leading two athletes. He was grimacing the whole way round. A great display of tenacity from him. What effort to keep pushing on, particularly when he would have been able to hear Cosmo Benyon behind him. Brilliant work from James Alexander to secure third. There's Harrison Heyman coming through, and then Thomas Preston, Ed Holden, Joe Grange, the Essex man, started really well. There's a bit of a scrap there, elbows and arms out. Full sprint finish. Kieran Hardy was one of those contenders. And then Jamie Connor. You might be able to see the team scores when they all coming through. That was Ewan Wilkinson of Yorkshire. So we know the winner of the Inter-Counties, Alex Lennon from Sanderson, and James Alexander, a Scotland West athlete, in third place. Those are the top three, and Alex Lennon wins this final leg of the Cross Challenge Series, where that leaves him in the Cross Challenge Series overall. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, next up we have the under-13 girls. That's due to start in 4 minutes time. They'll be running over 3 kilometres, which is one long lap. The under-13 girls are already on the start line in their pens, in their Shropshire. There's Ronnie Coring, who gave us a big wave and a smile. Elsie Rudkin-Wilson. Joyce Lenton. It's like they've stuck all the yellow vests together, isn't it? Be nice if they colour-coded them. There's Madison Kindler, running for Essex in the red. I'm sure she'll feature today near the front. Just shows how enjoyable it can be competing in a team, and something that's such an individual sport the majority of the time. Competing in a team in a representative vest certainly adds to the excitement. Well, a beautiful sight of Wollaton Hall in the background as they head away at the start of this under-13 girls race. It's 3 kilometres, they'll do one long lap. Brilliant to see so many county colours represented, and look at all the fluorescent socks. I don't think I've ever seen so many fluorescent compression socks in one race. I wonder if they've all traded the right and left so they can have different colours on each leg. I wonder. That's Ronnie Coring at the front, who's found herself there. And Coring has gone off quickly. So they will head towards the left-hand side of the screen here. And after a patient start in that opening couple of 100 metres, it is Madison Kindler who's got to the front. Oh, we've had a bit of a faller coming down that hill. I often say it when we watch these cross-country races, that you have to be so careful coming down the slope, particularly where there's wet or dry leaves, because it can misguide your feet and you can't always quite see the ground underneath, which makes it tricky. So yeah, Madison Kindler and Ronnie Coring out on this one-of-one lap onto the long straight sections. We'll see in a minute. On the right hand side you can see the team scores from the under-20 men's race we've just seen, and it's Scotland West who take the win from Scotland East. Brilliant to see. And then Surrey in third place. There was only one placing between Scotland East and Surrey. So Madison Kindler then, she's had a fantastic winter. It really doesn't get much better than this, and a win today would wrap up the Cross Challenge Series and the inter-county title, and would pretty much give her a clean sweep. We'll talk about that a little later on. I cannot imagine anybody else has ever done that. Today she wears the red of Essex. Often see her in a Brentwood Beagles kit. Today she has representative honours, and looks like Sienna Levine, a Yorkshire athlete, in third place at the moment. Well, there's about 330 athletes entered for this race, and it's a brilliant sight. As I mentioned, all of those county vests represented. Well, for a lot of these athletes, this will be the conclusion of the cross-country season. Some will race again, perhaps in maybe some remaining school races. These athletes too young for the English schools. But what a campaign Madison Kindler has had. She's opened up a big lead in the opening half of this race. 12 years of age. But has won indoors this year, won the England indoor title over 1500 metres, set the championship record. In cross-country terms this season, he's unbeaten, winning the Essex County Championships, then winning the Cross Challenge at Parliament Hill the day after she won the England age group indoor title over 1500 metres. Then she also won in January the Southern Championships, and then won the national cross-country title a couple of weeks back. She's in brilliant form. Won in Cardiff in the Cross Challenge Series and won at Sefton Park, so this would be a clean sweep to take the winter titles back to Brentwood. Sophia Davies of Middlesex finds herself up into third place now. Roni Coring has had a brilliant winter. Again, another athlete that's delivered. Roni Coring, who was only 4 seconds behind Madison Kindler at the National Cross Country Championships a couple of weeks back, and it was Sienna Levine that finished in third place on that day. Sophia Davies, who finds herself in third now, was fifth place 2 weeks back. So we're starting to see some familiar names that we've seen already, and Kindler, that long stride of hers, well clear of the rest. Plenty of mums and dads, family members, teammates looking on. They will all turn around, I'm sure, and run towards the finish when their daughters have come past them. So we're into the, we're certainly approaching the final kilometre. Matching Essex ribbons as well for Madison Kindler. It's great to see the face paint. I always like seeing the athletes that have gone to great detail to use their county colours. I'd like to know if the teams bring somebody specifically along to do that, actually. So Kindler climbing up this slope with a big lead. Roni Coring, is she still in second? That's the question. I'm sure we'll see it in a second as we pan out and work out where everybody else is. And Roni Coring now actually has just moved back into third place. It looks like that is Sophia Davies who is in second. Oh, this is our 5th race of 13 today. It started almost an hour and a half ago with the power athletes racing over 4 kilometres. Then we went into the under 11s. We've just had the under 20 men's, and now this is the under 13 girls. They're doing one long lap, and it's being led by this young lady, Madison Kindler. Has a clear course in front of her. It's Sophia Davies that finds herself in 2nd place. There is a real scrap on though behind her. There are all different manner of vests coming in behind. Roni Coring that starting off so quickly, now finding herself down in about 4th place. But it is Kindler that leads. She always looks so relaxed. Sienna Levine, the Yorkshire athlete, in 3rd place I should say. So this is Madison Kindler. Well, what a winter. Stacks of gold medals. I'm not sure she could fit them all around her neck. Undefeated in the cross challenge this winter. Again, another win here, another championship title to go with all of the ones she's already won this year. She won the national a couple of weeks ago, the Southern title, and the inter-county title will come with it here today. It's a hard climb up this section. The cheers and claps from everyone on the course will surely help. She can open up that stride once again now and motor down the hill. It's very difficult for the athletes to see. They'd love to look right and see where everyone else is behind, but they won't be able to see anyone because of all the crowds lining up. And Kindler now in the red strip of Essex powers home for what's another win. She'll take the inter-county title. She'll win this cross-challenge race and the series when she crosses the line. It's been a magnificent winter for Madison Kindler. She's a superb talent, and again takes the gold in the cross-challenge series. She's the inter-counties champion. A brilliant performance here at Wollaton Park. And who is that coming in behind? That's Sienna Levine. 2nd place for her, and then Sophia Davies in 3rd. There was Daisy McVicker, and then Chloe Berry. And now they all start to come through. Hordes of them across the line, all in one go. A win for Madison Kindler though, 13 seconds ahead of Sienna Levine, and Sophia Davies in 3rd place. So on the track, this indoor campaign in 2026 for Madison Kindler. She won the England age group title over 1500 metres in a championship record. She won the Dream Mile at Lee Valley in 4:51. On the cross-country course this winter, she won in Cardiff back at the start of November. She won at Sefton Park, and then coming into 2026 she won the Essex County Championships, the South of England Championships, the Cross Challenge at Parliament Hill in London. She won the English national title in Sedgefield, and then today winning the Inter-Counties title here in Nottingham, as well as her 4th Cross Challenge race of the winter. She wins the Cross Challenge series. Brilliant performance, undefeated this winter. Madison Kindler, well done to her. So remember this winter campaign for a long time. And how about Sienna Levine, who finished in 3rd place at the National 2 weeks ago, steps up to 2nd, and Sophia Davies takes the bronze after finishing 5th at the National a couple of weeks back. Brilliant performances all round in the other 13 girls. Great to see so many of them taking part in this race. Next up, it's the senior women who race over 8 kilometres. They start in 6 minutes time. So let's take a look at those team results from the under-13 girls race. Yorkshire take the win with Sienna Levine, their first finisher, taking an individual silver, and Middlesex in 2nd with Surrey in 3rd, and Essex just missing out on a team podium spot after Madison Kindler's individual gold. Definitely don't want to get that coat dirty, do you? Stick to the footpaths, I say. So the senior women are up next, and a couple of the names to watch out for that were on the entries. As I mentioned earlier, the teams for the inter-counties can be declared at the start of the race, and sometimes even if they've been declared a little late, it might be during the race. So difficult for us to know truly who is here and who is not. Last year this race was won by Jess Gibbon. Jess Gibbon is on the entries. Eleanor Curran there on the left hand side in the lead city vest. She is someone to watch out for. She ran brilliantly a few weeks back at the Parliament Hill Cross Challenge, so we'll be keeping an eye out for her. And we also have Neve Brown and Neve Bridson Hubbard, who are entered there. In the Oxfordshire vest, right in the middle is Jess Gibbon.
It was good.
Suffolk vest, it's Millie Jordan Lee. Sophie Hurst. Lots of smiles, a few cold bodies. Well, these are the conditions for the rest of the day, and the good news is for anyone racing or spectating, perhaps more importantly, is that it is not going to rain, or it shouldn't do, touch wood anyhow. Temperature wise, pretty good, 7 degrees, 8 degrees, getting close to 10 and double digits a little later on. There is the chaos amongst all the tents. They will blast up the hill, away they go. Well, that was quickly away off the start line, so we all keep an eye out for who we have in this race. We've already seen Jess Gibbon, the reigning champion. Kate O'Neill here, Northern Ireland team. Also, Kate O'Neill is in that red vest of Essex, front and centre, wearing 907. You can see Brown. They're all in there somewhere, I am sure. So it is Kate O'Neill early on who gets to the front with the beautiful Wollaton Park in the background. Meander their way through, heading towards the area in the distance. So it's 8 kilometres, which means that these athletes will be doing one short lap followed by 2 long laps. Which means they will be heading towards the right hand side of the screen. For a second, I thought they were going to head towards the tape on the left-hand side of the screen. So last year, Jess Gibbon won this race from Georgia Taylor-Brown, superstar triathlete, who finished in second, and Sophie Tarver, who was in third. Jess Gibbon won by 33 seconds. She was in brilliant form. And can she find her way to the front of this race once again? She is already there in second place. That white vest with the blue band across the middle, that is Jess Gibbon. Megan Stenhouse from the northeast, wearing that black cap and yellow vest. So Eleanor Curran is there in third place. And then Neve Bridson Hubbard. Freya Weddell, Hertfordshire, is in this leading group of 5 athletes. About a kilometre in, navigating their way round. I think Jess Gibbon will be happy to find someone else lead. She did lead for the national cross a couple of weeks back early on. And just faded slightly back into 4th place in the end, and Curran, who had a brilliant month in February, couldn't quite get amongst the medals either at the national cross. And interestingly, Jess Gibbon, Neve Brown and Eleanor Curran finished 4th, 5th and 6th at the national 2 weeks back. They're all here. 3 athletes that finished ahead of them are not. Could that mean they find their way to the podium today? And they are currently in 2nd, 3rd and 4th place in this race. It's Megan Stenhouse in the yellow, then in the white with blue it is Jess Gibbon. In the blue with yellow sash from Leeds City, that's Eleanor Curran. In the all blue vest in about 4th place, it is Neve Brown. Sets the scene on the opening lap, and unlike the under-20 men's race, which was very, very bunched up in the opening few kilometres, this senior women's race is stretched out early on. Well, here they are then, 4 of the 4 athletes that I all mentioned, all there. We've also been joined by Jemima Elgood, the Yorkshire athlete, who is in that white and blue vest, wearing 3166. Jess Gibbon, who competes for Reading, 29 years of age now, super experienced athlete. Could be a chance for Jess Gibbon to win the Cross Challenge Series. We're not quite sure where everybody stands in terms of points in that race, but the 3 contenders we expected to be here today, expected to be at the front of this race, are at the end of the first lap. It's Jess Gibbon, Eleanor Curran and Neve Brown. Jess Gibbon, who this time last year had won the Oxfordshire title, the inter-county title and the English national title, so it was a brilliant start to 2025 for her. Retaining this title would be a brilliant way to recover from that 4th place at the national a couple of weeks back, which I would say was a brilliant 4th place on a very, very good course, and pretty much the best of the best of national cross-country runners were there. And Eleanor Curran, who, as I mentioned, had a brilliant February after winning at the London Cross Challenge Series, now finds herself in front. She's got a real knack for managing the climbs. Does a brilliant job up the hill.
I think it might be senior women.
Curran leading then as we head out on the first of 2 long laps. Curran this year winning the Putnam Hill Cross Challenge, also did very well at the Armour 3K. Neve Brown, English national cross country champion a couple of years back, was 3rd at the London Cross Challenge and finished 13th at the Liverpool Cross Challenge back in November. It feels such a long time ago. Finished 4th at the Intercounties, Neve Brown, 2 years back. So Neve Brown in the blue wearing 1369 on the left hand side, firmly in the mix. Sorry, I'm getting my Neves mixed round. It's Neve Britton Hubbard in the blue at the front, and then Neve Brown wearing the yellow and 2741. Too many pieces of papers and numbers in front of me. My apologies, but yeah. Neve Britton Hubbard, the Kent athlete, in the blue, is in 3rd place, and Neve Britton Hubbard, somebody that has done well this winter. Finished 11th at the Liverpool Cross Challenge. Britton Hubbard was 9th at the National 2 weeks back. Finished 20th in the Cardiff Cross Challenge, and then also ran the mile and came 5th. So she's had a good winter. Well, there's our leading three. Being led by Jess Gibbon, Eleanor Curran to her right, and Neve Britton Hubbard to her left, and then we have Neve Brown in the yellow wearing 2741 on the gloves, is now up into 4th place. So everyone is there or thereabouts. The top 4, the 4 athletes we would have expected to be coming into this race. This is going to be really tough to call. These 3 athletes, all very strong. They've all had good campaigns this winter. Jess Gibbon, the athlete who won the national last year, won this race last year. Perhaps is she the favourite? And as I mentioned, Jess Gibbon, Neve Brown, Eleanor Curran finished in 4th, 5th and 6th at the national. Neve Britton Hubbard was 9th at the national. So those 4 athletes all finding themselves well placed. We've also got Kate O'Neill in this race. Not sure where Kate O'Neill is at the minute, but she was 7th at the national 2 weeks back, and that just gives an indication of current form and recent standings. I think Kate O'Neill looks to be back in about 6th or 7th place, just trying to spot where she is. So Jess Gibbon is finding herself in front now after that early lead, that early pace setter from Megan Stenhouse. 2 titles up for grabs if they can win this race. The cross challenge winner for the athlete in Nottingham, potentially, depending on the scores throughout the campaign, although they may well be fairly matched at the end of this race. They could win the cross challenge series also, and then the inter-counties title. All 4 of these athletes wearing their county vests, representing with pride, and it mean a lot for all of these athletes to take that title. Currently was very strong at Parliament Hill on what was an incredibly muddy course. A lot fairer underfoot today. That can change the dynamic of the race. Rosie Woodham from Cumbria. And Beach next to her. Caroline Hay. So these 3 athletes taking it out. Over the first 2 laps. Going round towards the end of this second lap. Can Niamh Brown close the gap? She's sort of out on her own. So is Jemima Elgood in behind her wearing that Yorkshire vest. Megan Stenhouse is still found herself in the top 10 after that pacey start, which is good to see. Freya Weddell there wearing 1, 2, 3, 4. And there's Julie Emerson in the Warwickshire vest, blue and green. Our leaders then at the start of this 3rd and final lap. Well, will one of them attempt to make a break? I wonder. Just Gibbon finished about 23 seconds ahead of Eleanor Curran at the National a couple of weeks back. And Curran was only 12 seconds ahead of Niamh Bridson Hubbard, who is there in the all-blue Kent vest in 2nd place. Is this the move now where they start to pull away? As Curran just used that hill like she did at the end of the first lap to push on? That could be interesting. Well, away they go. Jess Gibbon, just a couple of metres off the back. Doesn't mean she's out of it, because we still have just less than 3 kilometres to go. Brilliant to see, isn't it? Everyone there watching on the course as the athletes snake through the course markings and the tape, and here comes Jemima Elgood, who is in 5th place. There's Kate O'Neill in the red. Stenhouse there for the northeast, and Jess Gibbon finds herself in front once again. Interesting that gap has just opened up at the start of the second and third laps as we went up that very, very steep incline, and we do have to go up that once again before we turn 180 degrees and come down into the final straight. Jess Gibbon always so confident, happy to get to the front, happy to push the pace. This is a brilliant section of the course to do that. Reasonably flat, undulating at times, a wide path and a long straight which enables the athletes to see in front of them, see what's coming. Always interesting to just see the lines the athletes take. They were bunched up for so long. Now is Neve Britton-Hubbard in that blue Kent vest there, just starting to drift away from that group. Neve Brown here out on her own. So Jemima Elgood really. There's Kate O'Neill in the red. Next to her, practically the gun, is Rosie Roberts. And could this be the move that seals the deal? Because we're seeing now in the bottom right corner, Jess Gibbon, the Reading athlete in that Oxfordshire vest today, representing her county, has pulled away from both Neve Britton-Hubbard and Eleanor Curran. Curran, who is not running for Yorkshire today or a county, she's running in her Leeds City vest. Potentially one thought on taking that Cross Challenge Series win. That'll be very difficult to work out. I don't have all the scores, so we won't be able to tell you. But Jess Gibbon has had a brilliant campaign, having finished 11th in Cardiff, 7th in Sefton Park, and if she wins it today, I think she would definitely have taken the Cross Challenge Series title. And look at the gap she's opened up over the last few hundred metres. There's Neve Brown out on her own. Looks like she's pulling away somewhat from the others behind her. Difficult place to be. Looks strong though, Neve Brown. And look on the watch from Jemima Elgood behind her. That's just trying to see how long has gone on the watch. And Jess Gibbon here. Well, was she just conserving a bit of energy up that slope before she made a break on the flatter sections? Looks like Neve Britton-Hubbard is into second ahead of Eleanor Curran. Could it be back-to-back inter-county titles from Jess Gibbon? She looks good, she looks quick, doesn't she? Looks very calm on her face. You never really can tell with Jess Gibbon if she's stressed. She's always just looking ahead of her. One foot in front of the other, motoring on. Eleanor Curran back in third. About a kilometre to go. So the crucial point was in the final 2 kilometres. Jess Gibbon pushing on. And this gap is growing. And I can't see from this point Neve Britton-Hubbard or Eleanor Curran closing the gap. Maybe those two in second and third can have a real battle. We'll see. Part of the course, muddy, getting churned up. So often the senior women are towards the back end of the programme. Here they are, well, as they typically do at the inter-counties, racing towards the middle, and that's good for them. Slightly firmer course, particularly on those outer sections where we've only seen 2 races take part over it. So Jess Gibbon on the climb, powering on. Well, off she goes. It's Bridson Hubbard who is there in second place. Curran is in third. I mentioned he's had a brilliant month in February. A third place here would be fantastic for Curran, backing up that performance at the London Cross Challenge and a top 10 finish at the National. Lee Brown in the yellow vest in 4th place.
He had the one I gave him years ago.
Jess Gibbon then, she knows this is almost the home stretch. Niamh Bridson Hubbard sticking to the left-hand side as we look at it, where it's a bit firmer. Gibbon using this downhill stretch to build up some speed. She's a very controlled runner. Very consistent with her stride, no matter the ground underneath the foot. And the 2 athletes in the blue vest coming towards us now. The first being Niamh Bridson Hubbard, the second being Eleanor Curran. Pushing on into the final few hundred metres. Only one more turn for Jess Gibbon after this in the senior women's race. Has to keep pushing up this hill. It's a long old climb under the shadow of Wollaton Hall. All the cheers of people watching on certainly helps. Well, this is going to be back-to-back victory here in Nottingham at Wollaton Park for Jess Gibbon. After a 4th place finish at the National 2 weeks ago, this will mean so much to her, bouncing back to take gold here, retaining her inter-counties title. It's so tough, this final stretch. You could just see on her face there how much that hurts. She's around the tree and can now use the downhill to build some speed. She's away and gone. Jess Gibbon set to become the winner of this cross challenge leg and the inter-county champion once again. Well, she won here last year. She had a great winter. She's going to win again. The battle is on for second between Curran and Bridson Hubbard. But at the front, once again here at Wollaton Park, Jess Gibbon takes the senior women's title for Oxfordshire in the Inter-Counties Championships. And it's Eleanor Curran storming down this final straight to take second place from Niamh Bridson Hubbard. A brilliant race between those 3 athletes. The top 3 we perhaps expected to see. And just in the distance I can see Niamh Brown in the yellow vest. An athlete we would have expected to finish in the top 4, and she's done so here with a brilliant performance. It's Gibbon that takes the title. Curran gets second. and Brinton Hubbard gets third. Neve Brown, though, will get the bronze in the inter-counties race because Eleanor Curran was running in her club vest for Leeds City, and that's Kate O'Neill crossing the line in 5th place. Wow, what a race that was. Jess Gibbon once again, back-to-back titles here in Nottingham. Our next race, the under-15 boys, which starts in 11 minutes' time. It was Freya Weddell who came through in 9th, Julie Emerson 10th for Warwickshire. Jamila Algood finished in 8th place in the end. There was Megan Stenhouse finishing in 16th place after that pacey start. Well, there's the team results on the right-hand side for you. It's Surrey that take the inter-county team title for the senior women. Northern Ireland coming through with a brilliant performance to finish in 2nd, and the North East, led out by Megan Stenhouse, taking the bronze. Superb result for them. Only 1 place ahead of Lancashire. So the Northern team's doing a brilliant job to battle out for 3rd, 4th and 5th, and just look how close Yorkshire were. Only, okay, it's changed to Cornwall now, Cornwall just being updated, but they're only 7 places behind. Wow. Nothing in it really. That's what we want to see in terms of team results, super close. So the under-15 boys are up next, and they will be starting in about 7 minutes' time. They'll be doing 4K, which is 2 of our shorter laps. I just saw Graham Smith photos there, getting some snapshots of athletes crossing the line. Good to see.
Thank you, that's great. You need his dad and his sister at home as well, so we've got half the support of that today, so thank you very much.
Get my grandson to
5. On the start line then for this under-15 boys inter-counties and cross-challenge race. This is of course the cross-challenge final. We saw Leon Snell from Devon wearing pink arm sleeve and pink shorts and a pink hat, so I don't think we'll miss him later on. well. They're all there, lined up and ready to go. About 350 entries. So the tape's away. The athletes watching on. Off they go. Wollaton Hall in the background. All 350 athletes tearing up this hill. You've got to be very careful because that first corner comes to you very quickly. And the man with the glasses in the middle is Will Hughes. As I mentioned, these athletes running 4K. So, away past Wollaton Hall, they're up at the top of the hill, and we'll head down to one of those fields in the background on this short lap. So as they head down through the trees there, they're going to head towards their left, which is the shorter lap, the first of two 2-kilometre laps. Gets a bit bunched up. You can just see some of the athletes towards the back of the race here. They're just getting chopped up ever so slightly, and that's why it's so important to try and get out quickly so that you don't get caught in towards the back, and that makes things more difficult, slows you down. These athletes at the front now, they've got a clear course in front of them. You don't have to worry about it too much. Will Hughes, the eager starter, just got another faller, and well done to the athletes that have managed to navigate their way around him. That could have been quite dangerous. Exactly the same spot somebody fell earlier on, the only other faller we've had. So something about that spot. I said sometimes dry leaves and wet leaves can cause a bit of trouble for athletes. Leo Blyton there in the Oxfordshire vest in front. And there's Elliot Langley-Abar in the Berkshire vest in the green, wearing 176 just to the right of him. That's Theo Creed in the yellow that leads us out halfway around this first lap, about 1 kilometre done almost. So Theo Creed and Elliot Langley-Abar at the front of this race. Hertfordshire in there. All of these athletes looking to try and take an inter-county title. Theo Creed and Leo Blyton were the top two at the National Cross a couple of weeks back. Only 4 seconds separating them. Elliot Langley-Abar, that finds himself near the front of this race, was 4th. Taylor Tom Watts of Sussex, who finished on the podium at the National Cross, is in this race. I think I can just about see him now. Is that him next to yeah, it might be next to Theo Creed there. So we do have a good group of athletes at the front, already stretched out and away. Support out on the course. Good experience for these young men. They'll be used to racing for schools and in local competitions for their clubs. But being able to don your county vest is a real honour. Being as part of a county team, you never know how much depth the different counties have, and you never quite know whether or not you can muster a team that could finish towards the medals. You've got to have enough athletes though in and around that sort of top 10, 20, 30, 40 can make a big difference. But for these junior athletes, it's 4 that score. Teams that are bigger than 4, most of them hopefully. And we can already see here Theo Creed, a taller figure in the yellow vest at the front. And Taylor Tom Watt, who I mentioned, is wearing 2830 on the left-hand side in that Sussex vest. And the other man wearing the South Wales vest in the burgundy and white stripes is Nate Grieg. Started so quickly with the glasses again. So this is the end of the first lap for these young men. Good group of 5 here as they embark on this second lap. Elliot Langley-Abar, Theo Creed, Taylor Tom Watt, Nate Grieg. We also have in there Joseph Asuji from Cheshire. Makes up a group of 5. Set off at a good pace. See them in the distance behind the trees. They'll come down through the leaves in a moment. Good opportunity really here just to build up a bit of speed, and I think that's what Theo Creed is doing. These young athletes, they'll know each other very well, as I mentioned. Plenty of them running together at the National a couple of weeks back. A few Middlesex vests in there. 4 Middlesex vests, all inside what looked to be like the top 12 or 13, so that bodes well for Middlesex. We'll see the team scores a little later on. Theo Creed, here we go then. Away he goes. Taylor Tom Watt is in the orangey Sussex vest, who moves up into second, and Joseph Asuji, who we didn't see too much of on that first lap, now finds himself in 3rd place. The Cheshire man quietly went about his business. He wasn't really in that lead group, but then managed to just pull away from the rest and latch onto the back of these 4 athletes ahead of the second lap. And it's Nate Grieg, and in 4th place Nate Grieg in the burgundy and white stripes, and then Elliot Langley-Abar. And Theo Creed is a mature looking runner, isn't he? He's tall, strong, doesn't look phased at the minute. Theo Creed has had another one of those young athletes that's had a brilliant campaign. only 15 years of age, the Hercules Wimbledon athlete. Indoors this year. Came second at the athletics age group championships over 1500 metres. Finished second at the Southern Championships cross country this year, then went on to win the English National, won the London Schools also. Had a very good 5 or 6 weeks. Would be a potential second win of the Cross Challenge Series for Theo Creed, won back in Sefton Park back in November. Again, that was a bit muddier than this course today. So these three athletes then have found themselves away from the rest, and it was that surge of pace from Theo Creed. A quarter of the way round this second lap that has separated them from the rest. So Theo Creed, Taylor Tom Watt and Joseph Asuji will find themselves well clear now of Nate Krieg and Elliot Langley-Abar. Very unique double for Theo Creed, quite difficult to do. Perhaps seems a bit easier on paper. Yes, you go to the National 2 weeks ago, win that, and come here and win the Inter-Counties. Why wouldn't you win the Inter-Counties if you won the National a couple of weeks back? But it's not so simple as that. Different courses, different athletes respond well, and we're seeing that with Joseph Asuji here, somebody that wasn't at the National, perhaps wouldn't have been earmarked for a podium finish here coming into the Inter-Counties and this cross-challenge final, but is mixing it with them. He's starting to grimace a little bit. So is Taylor Tom Watt, using this downhill section just to gain a bit of momentum, a bit of speed. Only 3 more turns or so to go. And Tom Watt now at the front. Can he hold on? Nate Krieg here in 4th place. Again, is that 4 Middlesex vests all in a row? That's quite unique. They could well be on the way to winning the team Inter-Counties contest, and now Creed and Tom Watt pulling away, and is this Theo Creed here pushing on? He looks so relaxed and so comfortable, doesn't he? Just look at the face of the two athletes. Taylor Tom Watt in second, the look over the shoulder there, it looks like it's hurting for him. Theo Creed, though, could be sitting in an armchair right now. This is very comfortable for him as he pushes on up the hill. The race is not over, not quite yet. Things could change as we come around the tree and head down the slope. Creed, with that languid style of his, down the hill in the finishing straight. He's going to take the Inter-Counties title for Surrey in this under-15 boys. Comfortable as you like. Taylor Tom Watt is closing quickly, but he will not catch Theo Creed. And the national cross-country champion will surely take the Inter-Counties title here in Nottingham. He's pulling away effortlessly in the end for Theo Creed. He gets the gold in Nottingham. Taylor Tom Watt gave it everything, even when it was hurting so much in that final 300. He picks up the silver medal. Taylor Tom Watt upgrades from the national cross bronze to silver. And Joseph Asuji, a brilliant bronze medal for the man from Cheshire. What a race that was. Those three pulling away on the second lap. Theo Creed, another title, another gold to add to his collection. And he could well see himself take the Cross Challenge Series. Those results still to be wrapped up, but I'm intrigued to see these team results because Middlesex were ever so close together, all four of their athletes packed in tightly. No doubt about the winner of the individual race though, Theo Creed. Some athletes dipping across the line there. It was a great dip from Max Gale. Dylan Powell, the East Wales man, flashing across the line, or we've got a faller across the line. Sometimes gets like that.
Oh, guys, one.
Seen plenty of Warwickshire vests crossing the line. Some more of the northeast. They're not going to be too far off a team placing high up the table. Well, there we go. I said that Middlesex were packed in together. At one point they were all four of them in a row inside the top 15. They have finished in first place in this team competition, 6th, 9th, 12th and 17th. That's brilliant work from them. Well ahead of Surrey and Scotland East, and Sussex in 4th place. Good work from Middlesex. Again, didn't get to see too much of them individually, but it's about the team effort that goes together, and they've been rewarded with a brilliant inter-counties title in the team competition. The under-17 women are up in about 4 minutes' time. They'll race over 5 kilometres, so the races have still got to come. 6 more races, 7 down, 6 to go. The under-17s, the women, then the under-17 men, then the under-13 boys, the under-20 women, in the U15 Girls, and then the senior men, which starts in about 2 hours' time. I mentioned face paint, and there we are, plenty of it already. Lots of green vests in these counties. It just goes to show how green England is. Plenty of trees, fields, something like that, I'm not too sure. Then we come to the slightly more colourful, brighter vests. Middlesex there is North Wales, I think, isn't it? North Wales. South Wales, I should say. Warwickshire here. Lots of smiles. Some cold athletes, some athletes jumping on the spot. I think I'd be doing that, keeping warm. Not chilly, but when you're standing in shorts with a vest, it can feel a little bit cold. That's for sure.
We don't do B, because it goes 18. Alright, if I don't see you, well done. Thank you both.
Away they go. Out of the tracks, up the hill and towards Wollaton Hall. Under 17 women's race is over 5 kilometres, and they'll do one short lap and then one long lap. Anna Bianchi at the front of this race. Nottinghamshire athlete, home soil really, on their own patch. And a lot of the Notts AC athletes will be used to running around Wollaton Park, certainly up this hill. Great hill to train on. So, first sprint up the hill, done. Anna Bianchi, it appears, is leading this one out. Well, how many of these women will be at the English schools next week, and how many are not here because they're choosing to focus on the English schools? We'll see. In the National a couple of weeks ago, it was Sonny Allen that won from Kitty Scott and Isabella Tutt. Sophia Chapman was 4th, Phoebe Langlands in 5th. Bianchi, I think I can see Kitty Scott there. And Kitty Scott in the yellow vest of Surrey in 2nd place at the minute. Working their way around this first lap. Sophie Richmond in the all-blue Kent vest. Just there next to them is Olive Geary from Buckinghamshire. Sabrina Coppola Johansson, the other yellow Surrey vest, in that front group of 6 athletes. Used to seeing Kitty Scott and Sabrina Coppola Johansson in their Aldershot Farnham and District vests. Kitty Scott was some 9 seconds behind Sonny Allen in the end at the National a couple of weeks back. She's had a brilliant winter, as Kitty Scott. Quite expecting Sonny Allen to perform as well as she did. It was a brilliant run from her. Certainly they are ones to watch for sure as we start to work through the age groups. Kitty Scott, only 15 years of age. Some experience Kitty Scott of racing at the on the international stage. Cross country out in Portugal a month ago, and went to the World Cross Country Championships in Tallahassee back in January. Kitty Scott won the under-15 Girls Inter-Counties title last year, so knows this course very well, albeit on a slightly longer loop today than she's experienced before. Britta Capoli Johansson finished third in the under-17 race here last year, so we'll be looking for more of the same, if not higher up the podium. Sophia Chapman wearing 262. Isabel Sherritt there from Dorset. These athletes coming to the end of their first lap, and there's a group of 12 athletes, and all in front of the rest. Beth Lewis from Humberside, just to the left of Kitty Scott, wearing that yellow vest, 1317. Beth Lewis, super talent, somebody we saw perform brilliantly this winter. 16 years of age, won the Northern title this year, and finished second in the under-20 race at Sefton Park in the Cross Challenge. She was selected for the European Cross Country Championships as an under-20 and finished 12th in that race. Beth Lewis, a strong talent on the cross-country circuit, and is in third place here. Kitty Scott at the start of this second lap, but is pulling away. Going to be an interesting challenge for them now, because they'll be venturing out onto the longer loop, and Kitty Scott out in front. Beth Lewis, if I remember rightly, at Sefton Park back in November, finished like an absolute train, and she's well placed here. Looks like Chapman is in third place. Capoli Johansson back in what looks to be 6th or 7th. My top left of picture there in the yellow vest coming towards us is Kitty Scott. under 15 inter-counties champion last year. Beth Lewis is in behind her in second place. They're both wearing similar coloured vests, but not for the same county. Zoe versus Humberside. Helen Foster of Devon finds herself into third place. Beth Lewis has definitely closed that gap for sure. Isabella Tutt of Yorkshire is in fourth place. So Kitty Scott then, well, she is out in front, has really stretched this race out at the start of the second lap, and it does make it interesting to see that Beth Lewis has just about closed that gap now and is latched onto the back of Kitty Scott. Those two together. So our leaders are in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. Now Kitty Scott on the right, Beth Lewis on the left hand side. Kitty Scott only 15 years of age. You're younger than Beth Lewis. Still looks like it's Eleanor Foster in third place, although there's a big group of athletes there, including Sabrina Coppola-Johansson, who won the bronze in this race 12 months ago. The Devon athlete looking on the watch, checking how much time has gone, how much time they might have left. There's Beth Lewis just got her nose in front here. Yes, she has. As they start to stake their way through. Looping back with the shorter part of the course. Is this a slight surge from Beth Lewis, I wonder? And they are then, shoulder to shoulder. It's Lewis that just has the lead though. And could this be it? What can Kitty Scott do here? But this, well, certainly seems like an injection of pace from Beth Lewis, and the look over the shoulder is always telling to me. It says an athlete is perhaps not quite feeling as strong and just wondering how far ahead of everybody else they are. Kitty Scott with that slightly forward leaning style of hers, now seeing Beth Lewis pull away. Looks very strong, Beth Lewis, here, and has started to hammer home with around a kilometre or so to go. Beth Lewis, the Northern champion this year. I mentioned before, but finished second at Sefton Park back in November. Behind Innes Fitzgerald in the under-20 race. That's how good Beth Lewis is. Kitty Scott finished 8th in that race. Some 25 seconds behind, and now that gap is growing, and Beth Lewis uses a bit of that northern grit to motor up this incline. So Capola Johansson then in 4th place. It looks like Eleanor Foster has pulled clear of this group of 3 athletes who are in 4th, 5th and 6th place. Sophia Chapman is with them also. Seeing a few Yorkshire vests near the front. Surrey, of course, with Kitty Scott in 2nd place at the minute. Well positioned in terms of the team placings, and there's another Surrey vest there and Yorkshire vest, so could be close between those two. Those counties fighting it out. And Beth Lewis then into the last quarter mile. Well clear. Kitty Scott looking smooth in 2nd place. And as Beth Lewis slips into 6th gear, she is pulled away and will not be caught here. This has been a brilliant performance. Beth Lewis, it wasn't clear really after that first lap who would come away with it. We knew that Beth Lewis was there. We knew that Kitty Scott had got to the front early on. So did Sabrina Capola Johansson. But Beth Lewis, didn't see her at the National 2 weeks ago. We are taking note of her here today. She has opened up a huge lead in the final quarter of this race. She's got great cadence still. And even when digging up this hill, grinding the gears as they move towards Wollaton Hall. She knows she's only got one very tight turn to go. It's almost a cruel bit of course planning, isn't it, really? The top of this hill with a 180-degree turn around a tree. This climb is almost exponential. It's steeper as you get to the top. And Beth Lewis here is motoring. It's a great piece of cross-country running from her. It's a great challenge that's on the course. I love seeing it every year because the athletes have to grit their teeth and find something extra at this point before they turn the corner, head round the tree and use the slope to their advantage, use all that speed. And that's what Beth Lewis can do now. She's over the worst of it. It gets easier. She will see the finishing arch. She knows she's clear. It's so much easier at this point. That's what all that hard work up the hill was for. This is the reward, the chance to pull away, the chance to sprint through the line and the arch. And Beth Lewis, who was 2nd at the Liverpool Cross Challenge, she's going to win here in Nottingham. She will win the Inter-Counties Cross Country title for Humberside in the Under-17 women's race. A brilliant performance from the City of York athlete. Beth Lewis is the Inter-Counties champion for 2026. She just seemed to get faster and faster then over the final 400 metres. And Kitty Scott, well, what a couple of weeks for her. 2nd place at the National Cross, 2nd place here at the Inter-Counties. She's got another year in this age group. A fantastic winter campaign. We may well see her next week at the English schools. And who is this coming through? Looks like Eleanor Foster to take the bronze medal for Devon. And Sabrina Capola Johansson, who took bronze here last year, coming through very strongly to finish in 4th place. Serena May, Daisy Sky Connor, I should say, coming in 5th. Sophia Chapman in 6th place. And there's Clara McKee. So Beth Lewis, no doubt about the winner. Great performance from her. Really excited to see what she can do on the track this summer. Not more to come from her.
Well done.
Well, more races to come for you. The under-17 men are up next. That starts in 10 minutes' time. So 6,000 metres, so 2 longer laps. Well, there's the team scores. Surrey ahead of Yorkshire. Surrey with 2nd, 4th and 8th and 18th. That's brilliant running from them. And then Yorkshire with 80 and Sussex in 3rd place. Team gold for Kitty Scott to go with her individual silver.
Whoa, don't Well done, slow walk through that for me, don't stop there. Slow walk through. No, don't come back in. Well done. Slow walk through, middle, well done. Coming on down, keep making your way through. Keep making your way through, please do not stop. Keep coming through. Keep coming up, please. I know you're worn, but if you're tired, make your way to the side so you're not blocking. Keep coming on through. Keep moving, please do not stop. I'd rather you didn't come this way, love. I'm sorry, but we're a bit crowded here. She's just that side, okay? Yeah, keep walking on through, Northampton. Yeah, keep walking through. Yeah, please do not stop. That's it. Yeah, well done.
Well, we've got 5 races left: the under-17 men's, the under-13 boys, the under-20 women's, the under-15 girls, and the senior men's race, which starts in about an hour and a half's time. So plenty more action to come.
Walk steadily through. Okay. Keep walking steadily and get out there. No problem.
Over 320 entries for this. And the weather for the rest of the day, still no rain planned. Temperatures 8 or 9 degrees, which is lovely for cross-country running. Although there they all are, ready and waiting. And the entries rolling along the bottom of your screen now. Well, this race does have the top 3 from the National 2 weeks back entered. Rory Barkley-Watt, Ben Allen and Joe Skeins got gold, silver, bronze up in Sedgefield. They all, well, they're supposed to be here. Whether they are here is a different question. They are on our lists, our live lists in front of us, which is good. Away they go. See Archie Lane, Warwickshire on the start line. There they go, amongst all the leaves at the familiar site of Wollaton Park. You can see Archie Lane just front and centre getting towards the middle. Little Wagstaff in there. Ewan Withnall from Derbyshire. I think the key in these early stages is to not panic. You have to get out quickly regardless of where you are lined up in your pen. It's trickier if you're, you know, third, fourth back, but you can still make it work. And you can see the athletes there just towards the middle of the shot. They are really having to slow down and stutter, and that does not help your rhythm, particularly when you've worked so hard to get up the climb. You need to make that momentum count. And the guys at the front, Archie Lane for example, who is front and centre at the minute, doing the right thing, getting to the front early on, creating an honest pace which makes things a bit easier for himself. So these athletes are running over 6 kilometres. It's 2 long laps. So Archie Lane's in a good position. Where are we with the likes of Rory Barkley, what? Joe Scaines, I wonder. I think I can see Rory Barkley, what, just on the left-hand side. And Joe Scaines is on the far right-hand side in the blue vest of Kent, wearing 1394. Intimidating picture, isn't it, if you're standing down the course looking towards these athletes. You know, Ben Allen of Staffordshire, 2607 in that green vest, right in the middle. He's a national cross-country silver medalist from 2 weeks ago. So, Oliver Ward from Kent. Man on the outside in the Cheshire vest, Jake Ireland. Keep an eye out for him. Could well feature later on. It's good to have a long lap early on. Strings everybody out. Jack Norris of Yorkshire in the middle there. That blue and white vest of Yorkshire. These are all familiar names you've seen come up through the age groups, and run at the inter-counties and the cross-challenge series over the last few years, a lot of them will know what an opportunity this is. Not only do you get to wear your county vest, I'm sure some of them have done it before already, but it's the opportunity to challenge for a team medal. In the under-20 age group, it's 4 to score. Big squads, the first 4 from each county will score, and we'll show you the standings at the end of the race. Once everybody's crossed the line, it will filter through to us. So now Rory Barclay-Watt in that blue finds himself at the front with Ben Allen. Those are the gold and silver medalists from the national cross. I'm just looking, Joe Skane, he's about 11th at the minute, and he was the bronze medalist at the English Schools National Cross Country Championships. Jake Norris is in there in 3rd place, cantering along nicely. Couple of kilometres into this race, and Rory Barclay-Watt now is opting not to mess about and push on. I'm just wondering who that is that stopped from Warwickshire. I don't think it was Archie Lane. Archie Lane's still towards the front of this race, so we will wonder. Up the climb they go away. Lots of spectators looking on. Look at that for a lead, hey? Ahead of Ben Allen and Freddie Rowe. Freddie Rowe, the man in the red vest, is Rory Barclay-Watt. And I think he just had a look over his shoulder there to say, well, where is everybody? He wouldn't have expected to have such a lead at this stage of the race. I wonder if maybe we just had a bit of a trip and we've got somebody else there who's on the floor, on the course. I don't think that's Ben Allen, is it? He's wearing a Staffordshire vest, I think so. Well, we'll see when they all come past us. A few more dropouts than we would have expected or have seen today. Yeah, it does look like Ben Allen has dropped out. That was him that was lying on the floor in front of our last shot. So it means that Rory Barclay-Watt and Joe Skanes, who's done very well, Joe Skanes, just to navigate his way through the traffic and jump up 10, 20 places into second. And for Freddie Rowe, he finds himself in a brilliant position here. So is Jake Ireland, who wears 414 for Cheshire, that black vest. Another Cheshire vest. That time for Lewis Morris. Just on the outside of Warwick for Warwickshire. So 1 lap down, 1 lap to go. Who else has joined this lead group? There is Sam Blackwell from Suffolk. And that big lead that Rory Barclay-Watt had has been closed ever so slightly. Joe Skanes, always those incredibly focused eyes, just looking ahead of him. And now Jake Ireland and Freddie Rowe perhaps just slipping off the back of these three athletes, and Sam Blackwell, somebody that we didn't really spot in that opening lap, now in a good position. Barkley Watt, only 17 years of age, the Exeter Harrier. Undefeated in cross-country terms this year, but Joe Skeins is a super young talent, now finding himself leading this race. Rory Barkley Watt, who won the Southwest Regionals and the English national title this year. Barkley Watt back in front. Look over the shoulders to see where everybody else is. Sam Blackwell is still in there. So is Joe Skeins. Young talent, 17 years of age. Certainly get to 17, and particularly if you've had good success, you've got a lot more experience of how to find a way to win these races. Had a few years practicing, and now they can get a bit more serious, can't they? Freddie Rowe has caught up with Sam Blackwell, and now just overtaken him, moving into third place. Joe Skeins, who finished third at the National 2 weeks back, won the Southern Championship this year, finished second at Parliament Hill in the London Cross Challenge, won the Kent County Championships and the Kent County Schools this year. Joe Skeins has won 3, finished second once and third once in his cross-country races this year. Archie Lane still inside the top 10 at the minute. That gap has opened up between Joe Skeins and Rory Barkley Watt. He's got a really tenacious running style, Barkley Watt. He always just seems to be foot on the accelerator, pushing on, grafting it out. I love to see it. Sort of rolling shoulder style of his. Different to that of Joe Skeins. Ticks along very nicely as well. So Freddie Rowe, in that red vest of Essex, puts himself into third place. Jake Ireland is back in about 6th place right now. Rory Barkley Watt, all that focus, pushing the pace. Start to snake his way back home, back towards the finish. Still about 2k or just shy of 2k to go. So the lead for Rory Barkley Watt is increasing here at Wollaton Park. I didn't see him here last year. Joe Gaines looking to upgrade that bronze medal from the national 2 weeks ago. Looks set to secure a silver here at the inter-counties. Look how churned up it is. All mud, no grass now on that section. Perhaps the most difficult part of the course in terms of mud. Got a little dog loose on the course. Oh, and he's carrying a ball as well, how very sweet. Well, on the back end of this race, in the final kilometre, it's still Rory Barclay-Watt with a big lead ahead of Joe Gaines and Freddie Rowe in third place for Essex. A brilliant view of Wollaton Park all year round. If you lived in one of those houses, it would be a very unusual sight today, but an enjoyable one, I suspect, particularly with all of the county vests, the different coloured vests. And earlier in the under 13 girls race, we had some bright socks. I've never seen so many bright knee-high socks before. Well, Barclay-Watt powered away midway around this second lap and has opened up a gap which I don't think Joe Gaines will close at this point. Freddie Rowe is in third place here, and I just wonder whether the gap between himself and fourth place has closed. It appears so. Joe Gaines here in second place. In red is Freddie Rowe in third here in this under 17 men's inter-county championship race and cross-challenge final. This is Joe Hill in fourth. Joseph Hill, he finished fourth at the National 2 weeks ago, could well finish fourth again here at the inter-counties. There is no doubt about the man at the front. A look over the shoulder from Rory Barclay-Watt. Set to do the double. Has racked up the wins this year, has not lost a cross-country race in 2026. Looks set to make it a fourth win from 4 in the last 2 months. An undefeated campaign already this year. He's made light work of that hill, the real challenge, and now he can roll down, high-fiving as he goes. He'll enjoy the cheers and enjoy the applause. Rory Barclay-Watt in his blue Devon vest, sprinting home down the final stretch here at Wollaton Park. It's been a magnificent performance from him. Was there ever any doubt? The national cross-country champion becomes the inter-county champion. It's Rory Barclay-Watt for Devon here at Wollaton Park. He wins the inter-counties title for 2026 in the under-17 men's race. Joe Gaines gets the silver, and coming through with a huge sprint finish is Joseph Hill. I said, was he about to come fourth again after finishing fourth at the National a couple of weeks ago? He managed to pull something out the bag in that final quarter mile and has got himself on the podium. Brilliant work, Joseph Hill. Freddie Rowe in fourth place. Well done to him. Kinnard in 5th, Jake Ireland in 6th place. Fantastic. And Roy Barkley-Watt, undefeated this year. Another brilliant run from him, dominant display and a dominant season so far. Now the U13 Boys up next. They'll do one long lap of 3,000 metres.
Slow walk through, guys. Going through, guys. Well done. Keep walking. Keep walking. Keep moving. Stop there, please. Keep moving.
So there's the team results hot off the press, and it's Scotland West that have taken the team win in the U17 men's race. Yorkshire finishing in 2nd with Suffolk in 3rd place. A clear win, a convincing win for Scotland West. Well done to them. Warwickshire finishing down in 5th place, just behind Middlesex. And some 4 placings away. The next race up in 3 minutes' time is the U13 Boys. The race over 3,000 metres, one long lap. Into the final 4 races here at Wollaton Park. Final race of the day kicks off in an hour's time. It's the senior men's race over 10 kilometres. Well, certainly a few cold men. West Wales there being picked up by their teammate Tommy Jones. Well, the athlete village there, really, with all the tents where the clubs are based. Fortunately, it's dry today. Everybody's happy to step out from under the covers. These under 13 boys stepped out of the pens and away they go. You have to be so careful not to get spiked, get tripped up early on. Well, I'll do one long lap. Seb Palmer of Staffordshire in the green vest. 2615 front and centre, keep an eye out for him. Oh, we've already seen a few athletes here blast away from everybody else. So Palmer is in second. There's a Middlesex vest, a Yorkshire vest. Lots of representation inside the opening 2 minutes in this race. Gus Fisher in the Cheshire vest at the front of this race. And Lewis De Silva in the red and yellow quarters of Middlesex. Joe Preston is in there at the minute in the Yorkshire vest. He's the leading Yorkshire vest in this race. About 340 entries for this under 13 boys 3K. This is the back end of our timetable today. After this one we've got 3 more races, the under 20 women's and the under 15 girls, then the senior men. Starts in less than an hour's time. This part of the course is lovely, straight, reasonably flat. And once you're on here, it continues round to the left-hand side as they go past the camera, and they start to find their way back towards the start and finish areas and the tents and the safety of some support. Can get a bit quiet around here though. There are definitely some spectators over this part of the course, but won't see too many. See some athletes warming up for sure, and at the front, Lewis De Silva leading this race. Also got Josh Maiden from Hertfordshire. Gus Fisher in there. Now, Lewis de Silva, winner of the National Cross a couple of weeks back, ahead of Gus Fisher, who is in second here, and Joe Preston, who was third then, is currently third in this race. So they're all there or thereabouts, and Josh Maitland, who finished fourth at the National, is currently fourth in this race. So perhaps the main protagonists, certainly those that we would have considered to be amongst it for this race, all in the top four, all in the exact order they finished in at the National Cross 2 weeks back, and it was Lewis de Silva that won that race from Gus Fisher by 8 seconds. Certainly different statures. Lewis de Silva much taller, but not too much to choose between them in paper in terms of athletics terms. They're well spaced out. There's the look over the shoulder from Lewis de Silva. Perhaps can't quite hear amongst the support and people clapping on. This lead, well, you just see, I think the course markings have just been moved off to the right slightly to open up a bit more green grass for the athletes to run on, which is good to see. Some athletes certainly making use of that now. And de Silva powering up this slope. Well clear. That gap up to about 20 metres now. Gus Fisher some 6 or 7 metres ahead of Preston behind him. Everybody else following through. Mr. Silva, only 13 years of age. Won the National, won the South of England Championships. Was 6th at the Parliament Hill Cross Challenge this time last month. And we've had a bit of a change. They're all starting to chase Lewis de Silva down. There isn't too much to choose here. This is Lewis de Silva leading, but it's Paul Friedrich in second place now. Friedrich ahead of Gus Fisher. Hampshire athlete. Well, there's the lead. And it's a huge lead for Lewis de Silva into the final 300 metres or so. Friedrich is in second. He looks like he's moving very nicely though. I just don't think he's going to have enough to claw back this lead from Lewis de Silva, who's been out in front for the majority of this race. And Gus Fisher in third place is moving nice. Well, he just has to keep pushing. Gus Fisher in third. He's in a very difficult place of pushing too hard and maybe get caught by 4th place, but I think he's in a solid position here. He's done very well. He went with that pace of Lewis de Silva early on, which was the right thing to do. Lewis de Silva here just peering round the corner, would have seen that Friedrich was well behind him. And now Lewis de Silva, look at all of those people. What a sight this is at Wollaton Park. De Silva powering away. Paul Friedrich in 2nd. Gus Fisher, well done to him, the Cheshire athlete, pushing on in 3rd place. He's going to get a brilliant bronze medal here at the Inter-Counties. But Lewis de Silva will take the Inter-Counties title here for the under-13 boys to go with his national cross-country title. Another gold for Lewis de Silva, this time in a Middlesex vest. He gets the job done at Wollaton Park. And Paul Friedrich, well, he left it until the final 600 metres to jump up into a medal position. A perfectly judged race from him. And Gus Fisher, well done. He's got the bronze. He got to the front early on, trusted his instincts, went with the pace, trusted in his training. And Gus Fisher, another podium spot. And that's another Hampshire vest coming across the line there. Well, those are the team results coming through. Said Hampshire had a few inside the, well, a couple inside the top 10. Paul Friedrich and Shawcross Campbell coming through in 9th place. They get 3rd. South Wales, well done to those 4 athletes, scoring brilliantly to only finish 6 placings behind Kent, who take the team title in the under 13 boys. Well done to them. So the athletes in the bottom right corner of your screen that you can see, at the under 20 women, they'll do 2 long laps.
There was one second.
So the under 20 women on the start line. Away they go. Around 200 entries. 4 to score in the inter-counties team competition. Katie Pye, Maisie Bellwood, Freya Bradley, Ava James, all athletes on this start list. Rebecca Flatty, an athlete who won the English National Cross Country Championships 2 weeks ago, is not here, not on the entries. Maisie Bellwood running for Yorkshire. Already at the front. And they'll head out for their first of 2 long laps. You have to fight to try and get to a good position ahead of this first turn. Makes a big difference. Looks like this could well be Katie Pye in the front of this race. Katie Pye in a minute. Just wondering where she is. I saw her on the start line. James and Ava James is there near the front. So off they go through this first sort of up and down and meandering. Ava James in the yellow vest at the front with Maisie Bellwood next to her. Katie Pye with the black arm sleeves. Just to the left of picture in the yellow vest, number 2783. Then have Marnie Fieldsen, Berkshire in the green vest in the middle. Katie Pye just getting herself into position. That's the sort of confidence you need as a very experienced athlete who's used to winning these sorts of races, or certainly getting on the podium. You don't have to rush too much in the opening kilometre. Got to be patient, and she's done that here, and just letting the others get off to a pacey start. Ava James, well, she was just 5 seconds behind Maisie Bellwood at the National a couple of weeks back. Freya Bradley, who I said was on the entries, won this race last year. Couldn't quite see her as she flashed past her screen on a couple of occasions already. She may well be here. Don't see a lot of the experienced heads, the seniors, out on their jogs. They go in 35 minutes time, so starting to go through those warm-up preparations. The woolly hats says to me that it's perhaps colder than it looks out there. So Maisie Bellwood in that white and blue vest of Yorkshire, wearing 3207, finds herself at the front. Really nice stepping stride of Ava James, just cantering at the moment between both Katie Pye and Maisie Bellwood. Marnie Fieldsend is with them in the green, and those four athletes breaking away from the rest on this opening lap. Maisie Bellwood, only 17 years of age. Finished second at the Belgian Cross Cup back in January. Went to the World Cross Country Championships too out in the US at the start of the year, so has had a busy campaign so far. Finished 54th out at the World Cross, which is a great performance. James just gets in front for the first time, and looks like Marnie Fieldsend is just slipping off the back of those three athletes who lead at the front, all from three different counties. Bellwood finished 9th in Cardiff, 7th in Liverpool at the Cross Challenge. Didn't see her at the Parliament Hill Cross Challenge, and the man wearing the cap with the face paint jogging towards us is James Kingston, I think, getting ready for the senior men's race later on. He will fancy his chances, that's for sure. And that's the lead now. Fieldsend just drifting back into the chasers. Katie Pye is leading with them. The U20 Women's race last year, won by Freya Bradley. And the U17 Women's race was won by Katie Pye, who in this under-20 category is in the top 3 at the minute. Maisie Bellwood was 5th in the under-17s last year here at Wollaton Park, so both of them know this course well. Longest they would have run around this course before. James was 27th in the under-17 women's race last year. Now she's at the front of the under-20 women's race. So the three of them down this slope, building some pace and momentum. Imogen Edwards of Hampshire in that white vest, number 1179, has moved up into 4th place now. Zoe Hughes of Surrey for Company. And Imogen Marshall is in there for Scotland East in that all-black strip on the left-hand side. So coming to the end of the first lap, Bellwood perhaps just slipping off the front of these two athletes. Yeah, it looks like she has just let a gap open up, Maisie Bellwood. Could make for a hard second 3 kilometre loop. Ava James looks very relaxed. She's very bouncy when she runs. Really good rhythm about her stride. Katie Pye so far happy to sit in just behind Ava James. Katie Pye doing the right thing here. Let someone else do the work if you don't have to. James third at the National Cross, third at the London Cross Challenge last month. She was 10th in Cardiff, 9th in Liverpool. Regardless of what happens over the next 3 kilometres, she could find herself winning the Cross Challenge Series. Look over the shoulder there from Ava James, and she has opened up a gap on that climb. I said she looked bouncy. She really did just hop up that slope and now has a good 10 or 15 metre lead.
Clear the course, please.
Well, there's our top 3 flashing past the screen. Imogen Edwards is there in 4th place still. Well, Ava James really does look full of running here, just calm, relaxed. This is a great section of the course for building that speed, keeping that momentum. It won't drag as much. Won't feel it in the legs quite as badly. Still a long way to go though. You know, Katie Pye is a quality athlete.
Come on, Sophie. Brilliant running, Soph.
Really well. Keep going. Come on. Come on, Lily. Come on, Charlotte.
Katie Pye, only 18 years of age, feels like she's been around for a good few years now. Now just challenging Imogen Edwards is Erin Wells of Dorset. There's Eva Jar of Cheshire. From Gloucestershire on that yellow vest. Katie Pye, the South of England Championship cross-country winner this year. She's still in contention, Katie Pye. As I said, this race is not done yet. there's our leading three in the bottom right corner. Katie Pye now shoulder to shoulder with Ava James. Has Ava James slowed down, or is Katie Pye sped up, I wonder? Bellwood on her own, tough place to be. Take a lot to try and claw the gap back at this point. Edwards now in fourth once again. Well, this is what we want. I said at the start of the day we had some really close races at the National a couple of weeks ago, and these are the sorts of races you want. Athletes entering the final mile of the race, closely matched, shoulder to shoulder. Katie Pye is somebody that has got experience winning plenty of cross-country races, back-to-back winner of the Southern Championships. Won here last year. Katie Pye, how much does that play into things? A course you're familiar with, a course you know when to make a move. You can just sense now the pace is shifting. And that happens when you're side by side. Just keep spurring each other on. The question is, when do you make your move? As they come around this next corner, the course just slopes up, gets a bit more difficult. Even then, there's still a long way to go because you're into the final half a mile. Well, how interesting is that? One athlete taking the right-hand side, another taking the left-hand side. Katie Pye has gone a long way round the outside here. How far behind will she be? Not much, fortunately, but those things can cause you to panic, increase the heart rate, maybe just fatigue you ever so slightly. She's still there with Ava James. This is what you want to see. What's going through their minds at the minute? Ava James, who's been out in front. I said she's got that lovely bouncy style. So Surrey versus Sussex then. It's really easy when you're in sync with somebody like that, side by side, to let the mind just shut off and find the rhythm. But you can't do this because you have to remind yourself that this is a race. You have to be thinking about your next move, and if you're too busy just coasting, you can sometimes get caught out when somebody puts the hammer down and just starts to inject some pace. Down the slope. Both looking composed here. Both looking like they've got something left in the tank. Katie Pye last year managed to pull away convincingly. Bellwood is there in the background in third place. And these are the three athletes we would have expected coming into this. Last year in the under-17 women's race, Ava James finished 27th. Katie Pye finished first. These two into the final quarter mile. Is this Katie Pye attempting to make a move here? Just gets in front at this corner. That's important. What has Ava James got? Katie Pye just looking to see, was Ava James to her left or to her right? Trying to be tactical. Can you close off the line from the other athlete? This is the tough bit. You have to dig deep here. You have to give it everything up this hill, because both of you will have the momentum as you come around the tree going into the finishing straight. Now Ava James just pushing on. They'll both feel empty. The legs will feel drained. The lungs will feel empty. Ava James cycling those heels through. Katie Pye in second. It's Ava James that leads. Coming towards the final turn. It could still change here. They will be burning as they come round that tree. And now Ava James bouncing away. She's going to take the title here. Katie Pye in second. Those two were shoulder to shoulder for so long. Katie Pye, that won the under-17 inter-counties last year, will have to settle for silver. It's Ava James who led this race for so long, and in the final 250 metres just pushed on, found something extra up that hill, and has powered away in this home straight to take the inter-counties title. She can't quite believe it. She finished 27th in the under-17 race last year. 27th. She's won the under-20 race this year. A big hug and a big smile from both of them. They know there is nothing left. They gave it everything. Maisie Bellwood, who was there with them early on, finishing some 25 seconds back, will take the bronze. Brilliant performance from her. And there's Edwards in fourth place, with Erin Wells of Dorset in fifth. Well, what about that for Ava James? Well, last year, Ava James finished something like 90 seconds behind, 90 seconds, 1 minute 30 behind Katie Pye to finish 27th in the under-17 women's inter-counties race. Katie Pye won that title this year. It was 6 seconds separating them. I mean, brilliant performance. What a race that was. I love to see a head-to-head coming down to the wire. That's what it was. Ava James takes the gold, Katie Pye the silver, and Maisie Bellwood the bronze. Well, we don't have much left. Only 2 races. The under-15 girls, which will start in 6 minutes' time, then the senior men's race in about 20 minutes' time. Still so much support out on the course. Well, there's the team results on the right-hand side from that under-20 women's race. Cheshire have been given the team title, 67, Sussex 86, and then Yorkshire 87. Only one place between silver and bronze. Well, that was incredibly tight. And then Surrey down in 7th place after Katie Pye's individual silver. So the under-15 girls, all very excited to be here, of course, at Wollaton Park for this Inter-Counties Championship and Cross Challenge final. We're just waiting for the final few athletes to cross the line. So over 320 athletes for this under-15 girls race. And these under-15 girls are going to do 2 short laps. It's our penultimate race of the day. Off they go out the traps. There's the Lancashire athletes in the white and red up towards Wollaton Hall. Over 300 on the entries. The vast majority representing their counties. Cara Gorman is an athlete I can see in the middle, representing Buckinghamshire in the light blue vest. Just looking towards some of the national cross-country medalist. Gabrielle Pinder won the under-15 girls 2 weeks ago. She is on the entries, so is Poppy Guest, who took the silver, and Isabella Buchanan is here today running for Sussex. So when they get to this junction, they will head to their left towards the right of the screen, and they will be heading out on their first of 2 laps. So it's a northeast vest, which is for Gabrielle Pinder. So who can we see? Well, that's Heidi Woodley in the red vest for Essex. Another athlete could feature here. And Isabella Buchanan is in the yellowy orange Sussex vest just to her left hand side. Eve Beddoe in the purple strip of Merseyside. So Gabrielle Pinder actually finished second in this race last year behind Kitty Scott, who we saw earlier on finish second in the under-17 girls race. Poppy Guest was 8th last year in this race, so Heidi Woodley was 14th. Heidi Woodley is here today towards the front. Summer Smith is one of those 2 red vests at the front here alongside Heidi Woodley, both Essex athletes. Bodes well for their team trophy potential. I think Gabrielle Pinder is the athlete in about 6th place there. So Pinder now finding herself at the front on this first lap. We're about a quarter of the way through this race. Great to see so many young girls here taking part in running, in cross country. A lot of these athletes, again, we could well see next week at the English schools. So glad they could be here to represent their county and take part in what is a long-standing race. Wilson Park has hosted us so many times. Great sunshine last year, great racing. A bit overcast today, but it's not wet and it's not cold, which is great for cross-country. Summer Smith here wearing 956 is the athlete at the front of this race, and then we have Isabella Buchanan just behind her, and then Poppy Guest wearing the yellow Surrey vest with the arm sleeves and black gloves, and then Gabrielle Pinder is in the yellow vest just behind the red vest of Summer Smith. That yellow vest with the ribbons across the middle is for the northeast. So there are so many athletes here that could well feature. Just looking to see where everybody is. Cara Gorman is there somewhere in the top 15 or so. There she is, just in the bottom right corner, flash past the screen. But Summer Smith is leading this race with a group of 7 athletes. You can see Eve Beddoe in here. Can't see Charlie Weisel, Nottinghamshire athlete. Charlie Weisel, who finished 4th at the National a couple of weeks back. Group becoming a group of 4. As they head out on this second and final lap. So Buchanan alongside Gabrielle Pinder leading the other athletes now, just trotting through at the end of their first lap. We'll head out again. Such a tough hill, isn't it? God, it makes my legs fill with lactic just watching athletes run up it. So Gabrielle Pinder finds herself at the front now for the first time with Isabella Buchanan in hot pursuit. Pinder, who won the silver medal here last year behind Kitty Scott, who won the race. Buchanan finished 13 seconds behind Gabrielle Pinder a couple of weeks back. It's Olivia Lee of Derbyshire in 3rd place here. And Pinder now just opening up a bit of a lead. Just slowly pushing on, isn't she? Almost at every turn, edging away. Summer Smith looks like she's now in 4th place, some 5 or 6 metres behind Olivia Lee. Pinder just opting to go through on that slightly drier section. Bobby Guest, I think, is there in 5th place. Well, that is a huge lead that's opened up over the space of 250, 300 metres. Well, for Gabrielle Pinder, it just shows the tools she has. She was very patient on that first lap and just waited until the race was spread out enough to push on. I wonder what the messaging from her team and coach may have been coming into this race. Was it wait until you get to this back part of the course, or was it go when you feel like it, just act on instinct? She was in quite a large quality group. You know, Summer Smith, Heidi Woodley, Isabella Buchanan, Poppy Guest, all were in there coming into this second lap, and Gabrielle Pinder has shown just how quality she is. Well, Isabella Buchanan is there in second. Summer Smith is fighting back in third place. Can she chase down Olivia Lee? I wonder. Well, the senior men are on the start line. They won't go until this race is finished. Bottom right, there's Poppy Guest. Can she claw anything back over this final 400 metres or so? Well, here's our leader, Gabrielle Pinder. Has pushed hard for the last 13 and a half minutes. She's dug deep, she's still grafting. That's a face of an athlete that's in pain. Cross country takes you to some difficult places. You have to find something extra, and Pinder's doing that here. She's got a huge lead, but she won't stop pushing on. She's climbed up that hill brilliantly, almost to a walk as she goes around that tree. Now she can let the downward effect take her to the finish, because she deserves this goal to go with her national cross-country title from 2 weeks ago. Here comes the speed, that downhill motion pushing her on. Gabrielle Pinder has done everything right in this race. It's been a brilliant winter for her. There is more to come, I'm sure. It's a tough course here at Wollaton Park. She upgrades from silver last year to gold in 2026. Gabrielle Pinder is the Inter-Counties champion for 2026. She wins the Nottingham leg of the Cross Challenge Series. Here comes Isabella Buchanan, and then holding on just in the end. Oh, slipping over the line. Oh, hope she's okay. That was Olivia Lee dipping. Oh, hope she's okay. That looked like it might have just hurt a bit, but she will get a medal. Well done to her, she gave it everything. And now our attentions turn to the senior men's race in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Well, some of the main protagonists that we'll be looking towards include James Kingston, Richard Slade, Jacob Can, Omar Ahmed, Angus McMillan, Callum Charleston, Ed Buck, all names that we have seen recently and were in and around that top 10 at the National Cross Country Championships a couple of weeks back. Winner of the senior men's race last year was Brett Rushman. Brett Rushman had a brilliant day. Fantastic to watch that unfold. James Kingston had to settle for second place. James Kingston gave a really good show of it at the national 2 weeks ago, really took the race to Hugo Milner. They both powered away from Richard Slade, who is supposed to be here today. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the team results from the under-15 girls race. And Yorkshire take the title convincingly from Essex, and Surrey in third place, well clear of Scotland West, but still some way behind Essex. So great to see. And that's Jack Shaler of Oxfordshire at the front of this race in the cap. James Kingston is there in the blue of Kent with the cap on, and then we have Richard Slade in the light blue wearing 303. Josh Blevins of the Northeast in that yellow vest on the left-hand side. And Jack Gray of Cambridgeshire in the light blue, the man in 7th at the minute, just at the tail end of that leading group. And Shaler has taken this one out quickly here. The athletes in this senior men's race are doing 10 kilometres. They start with 2 short laps and then 2 long laps, and I'm actually quite surprised how quickly this is spread out. Plenty in behind them, that's for sure. Is that Angus McMillan near the front? Yeah, I think it would be Angus McMillan, who's about 8th place, just behind Jack Gray in that Yorkshire vest. Looks like it is him. Well, here we are then. James Kingston, Richard Slade, both there. It's Jacob Cann of Sussex in the middle. He's had a brilliant winter, Jacob Cann. So there's our group at the end of this first short lap. Josh Blevins is in about 3rd place, Jacob Cann, Richard Slade and James Kingston all in that top 4, and Jack Shaler, that set off so quickly now with the cap and the arm sleeves for Oxfordshire, is back in about 8th place, I should say. James Kingston. With no Hugo Milner here, who we saw at the National and then at the London Cross Challenge at Parliament Hill. That certainly added a different dynamic to it because he went out quickly both times, and I think James Kingston was probably more than happy to let Jack Shayler take the opening lap and set the pace. Quite likes a fast pace. And the fact that this race is 10 kilometres, not 12.4 like it was at the National Cross, certainly again adds a different dynamic to the race. James Kingston always fares well in some of the longer cross-country races. So, 3 athletes then: Jacob Cann, Richard Slade and James Kingston pushing on. Jacob Cann is perhaps he is the dark horse of these two. The other two are former national cross-country champions. Kingston was second this year, Richard Slade in third. Richard Slade was sort of cut adrift a little bit coming into the second half of the race at the National in Sedgefield 2 weeks ago. And then finished about 50 seconds behind James Kingston. Jacob Cann ran very impressively at the National Cross Country Relays in Mansfield back in November. Sort of kicked off our Winter Cross Country series. James Kingston last year second at the Inter-Counties, was fourth 2 years ago. Seventh a few years back, so could be an opportune moment for him. Can he find his way to the top of the podium here? It's the 3 that we expected. Perhaps didn't expect them to be so far clear of everyone else after the opening 2 laps. The rest of them, well, they're all chasing. That's not the chasing group. We have about 350 entries for this race. Some athletes not competing for their county here, they've just entered it in the Cross Challenge. You could see James Kingston potentially win the Cross Challenge series here today. Finished 7th at Sefton Park, 3rd at Parliament Hill. Angus McMillan there in 4th place at the minute. There's Jack Miller, Jack Shayler just behind him as they come round to conclude the second lap. So we're on our third of 4 laps. We're doing 2 long laps still to go. Richard Slade is tucking in there nicely. Well, this time, rather than heading towards the right, they're going to head to the left, and it's James Kingston with Richard Slade and Jacob Kahn. Brilliant shot to see everybody lined up. Sometimes can be deceptive on the camera just how short or long some sections of the course are, and it's fair to say there are a lot of long, tough straights at Wollaton Park. And the men in the bottom right are our 3 leaders. Jacob Kahn with James Kingston in the dark blue with the cap on, Richard Slade's in the light blue, Jacob Kahn in the orange yellowy vest of Sussex, and behind them in 4th place and way back is Angus McMillan. Angus McMillan's an athlete that is always there or thereabouts, never far off. Angus McMillan 8th at the National Cross. He was 11th here last year, Angus McMillan. Be a great improvement to see him get into 4th place. And just behind him in the black of Avon and Somerset is Jack Miller, another athlete that is always there or thereabouts inside that top 10. Jack Miller was 5th here last year. It was only 4 seconds in the end off a medal. Cam Allen was the man on that day that picked up the bronze. They've got a group, very brave of Angus McMillan also to head out on his own. Callum Charleston of Essex in the red vest. Charleston 10th at the National Cross Country Championship, so in good form. Perhaps a shorter distance will suit him, we'll see. Been a busy month for Jacob Kahn. Finished 4th in the 3,000 metres at the UK Indoor Championships a couple of weeks back. Transitioning from cross country at the start of January, where he was 71st at the World Cross Country Championships out in the US, and then went to the track, finishing 4th at those UK Indoor Championships to come here now is really topsy-turvy winter, but it just shows the quality of athlete here. It's not easy to do that. I did see Ted Higgins actually a couple of weeks back at the National Cross, finish 5th after medaling at the UK Indoors, which was a brilliant performance from him, and only 7 days after picking up that medal, less than 7 days. Remember, there's team prizes up for grabs. I'm seeing a second Kent vest there. Doing more by Alex Howard, 1427 in that all blue strip. Not sure what sort of blue you call that. Royal blue? Is it royal blue? Yeah, I think it probably is, isn't it? Well, Jack Shaler's sticking to his guns after that very pacey start. Richard Slade here, just slipping off the back. And there's the gap increasing. Richard Slade just failing off the back. That look over the shoulder again. I always say that's quite telling when an athlete does that. Just says to me they're not quite confident they're going to be able to claw anything back of the athletes in front. But James Kingston has got a really tough way of running. He just kind of keeps pushing and pushing and pushing. He's got such a big engine. He's strong, he's quick, and quite light on his feet, which in some of these muddy sections really helps. You just keep pushing and turning the dial up a bit, and he is opening a very small gap up in front of Jacob Can here. All of these sort of undulations, the twists and turns, it's quite difficult this particular stretch they've just worked their way up because of the number of turns as they come into it. Particularly that muddy section there, and come out of that and into a climb. So well, here we go. James Kingston still pushing on. Jacob Can in close contention. Can doesn't look uncomfortable for me at the minute. I wonder whether if he can stay close to James Kingston over this final lap and get to this point in one lap's time, will he be able to outsprint James Kingston? Kingston's not slow, that's for sure, but with Jacob Can's recent indoor efforts, perhaps he's just a little bit sharper over the short stuff. There is no slowing down here from James Kingston though. Runs for Tunbridge, representing Kent here today. You always see him with his cap and more often than not got face paint on. He did a couple of weeks ago, if I remember correctly, at the National, coached by Mark Hookway. He's no doubt out on the course with his own camera, filming some parts of this. Jacob Can was Great Britain's third finisher at the World Cross earlier this year. And there we go. Is this maybe another move? Could it be the telling move? James Kingston pushing on at the start of the fourth and final lap. They've done two short, they've done one long. This is the second long now. These athletes coming towards us on screen are at the end of their third lap. And James Kingston and Jacob Can have opened up a huge gap between themselves and Richard Slade in third place. It's a monster gap now. Tough for Slady on his own. Similar distance behind him is, or certainly was, Angus McMillan. Looks like it's a Yorkshire vest still, so Angus McMillan is still in fourth place. It'll be interesting to see how congested the course is as these two athletes make their way through on this final lap. They'll be picking up a few athletes who are at the back of the pack. And James Kingston here looks so strong. He just seems to keep on pushing and pushing. And he did this against Hugo Milner 2 weeks ago. He kept trying and trying. And Hugo Milner in the end just managed to turn it round on James Kingston and just had too much. It was a brilliant race between the two of them. Richard Slade, of course, part of that, and made the podium. but he's well conditioned for this sort of race, James Kingston, and when you've gone up against Hugo Milner 2 weeks ago and gone toe-to-toe with him, you certainly are a little bit more bedded for this type of race. And Jacob Can, well, he went to the World Cross, as I said, did brilliantly over the winter. Maybe just perhaps starting to succumb to James Kingston's specialist expertise on the cross-country course. Richard Slade going about his business very well. Not easy. Keeping that pace though. Well, there's Angus McMillan. And this group, which has got Callum Charleston in the red, Jack Miller is there, and Jack Gray just behind that group of four. And Alex Howard of Kent in there. So it's looking pretty good for Kent at the minute. James Kingston opening up that gap. Jacob Can looks so comfortable. It really does look effortless when he runs. Just ticking over nicely. We talk about running economy a lot and how efficient you are, and this head-on shot of Jacob Can, you'd say he looks very efficient. No real wasted energy. It's a brilliant part of the course, almost like a golf course at some points. Not quite as golf course-like as the World Cross-Country Championships over in the States. Jacob Can would be able to tell you more about that. It was very warm. This is proper cross-country though. Well, McMillan, is he perhaps just closing that gap on Richard Slade? It's so difficult to tell from these head-on shots. Angus McMillan has ran pretty much this whole race so far out on his own in fourth place, certainly from the conclusion of that first lap. So he's been going about his business well. What I like seeing James Kingston run is he just looks strong. He looks powerful. He looks like he's got lungs the size of dustbins because he can just keep pushing on, picking up the pace, grinding out another couple of percent, being cheered on. That's what you like to see. He's got better and better since he won the National Cross a couple of years back. Talk about how strong he is. He won the Southern cross-country title this year by 85 seconds over 15 kilometres. And I said to those longer distances sometimes make it a bit easier for these athletes when they come down to a more regular 10-kilometre cross-country, and it certainly makes a difference for James Kingston. The ability to just keep pushing the pace. You know, these guys will be running for 20 minutes less today than they would have been at the Southerns, particularly with this course being a touch drier with the nice weather we've had this week in and around the Midlands. Ed Buck of Nottinghamshire just leading these guys, and they're just starting to get stretched out as they come around on the back half of this final lap. Ed Buck 12th at the National Cross Country Championships. There's Jack Shayler, who led us out early on. Josh Blevins from the northeast. The northeast athlete there is Carl Avery. Carl Avery last year, we saw him here last year actually, but North East, was it 2 years ago? Brilliant performance led out by Callum Johnson. James Kingston though, Jacob Can is well back now. No mistake about that. This is James Kingston's race. He would have fancied his chances. It's a big lead. Jacob Can was brilliant in the opening 3 laps, but just couldn't quite go with the pace at the start of this 4th lap.
18 seconds behind.
I'll give anybody credit that goes from indoors to cross country within a couple of weeks. It's very tough to do that. That's why nobody tries it. James Kingston though is becoming a master of cross country if he's not already. He's difficult to beat. He's strong. He's getting fitter every single season. He's getting stronger. I'd love to see him do something super quick on the track this summer. He's built his engine nicely. He's metronomic up this slope. He would have come here today thinking about that silver medal last year behind Brett Rushman, thinking about the silver medal at the National last year, the silver medal at the National this year, and how he wanted to turn that around and come away with the gold. And James Kingston has given this everything today. A look to his right. Well, there he can just about see Jacob Can behind him, but he's so far behind, nobody will catch him. James Kingston has had a brilliant season, and it's going to round off with a fantastic win here at Wollaton Park. 2 weeks ago, he picked up a brilliant silver at the National Cross Country Championships. He was silver here in this inter-county race last year, but in 2026, James Kingston of Kent is the inter-counties cross country champion, and that's what it means to him. A powerful race from James Kingston, dominant. He really just kept turning the screw, pushing the pace, and this man, Jacob Can, went with him early on and has been rewarded with a fine silver medal. I look forward to seeing what Jacob can do outdoors on the track this summer. Really smooth looking runner. 18 seconds behind for Jacob Can. And here comes Richard Slade. Again, had to commit. He knows that James Kingston likes to push the pace. Had to commit and go with them. Found himself isolated on that final lap, but a bronze medal here at the Inter-County Championships. Well done, Richard Slade. Another athlete on a national level that is just starting to rack up medals and accolades. Great to see. And Angus McMillan, I said he spent most of that race out on his own in 4th place. Very difficult place to be, but been rewarded with 4th place, up from 11th last year. And this is Ed Buck. Buck finished 12th at the National Cross Country Championships, was 10th in this race last year, so a big improvement for Ed Buck. Jack Miller in 7th place, Mr. Consistent once again. Ken, an athlete in 8th place with Alex Howard. Does their chances of a team gold to go with the individual gold some good? And here's Jack Gray coming through in 11th place. Looks like he's in a bit of pain, maybe a stitch. That looks uncomfortable for him. Hope he's all right. He's a tough cookie, Jack Gray. Well, coming through here, another Nottingham athlete, that's Alex Hampson. Well, northeast in what, 14th, 15th? Or 17th, 18th, I think. Yeah, 6th at score in this senior men's race. We might have to wait another couple of minutes to try and work out who has come through. I'm just trying to wait to see. I've only seen maybe, well, 2 Kents, maybe is that 3 from the northeast. That'd be a big performance from them if they can get a team gold. First Warwickshire vest. Well, there's another Yorkshire vest. Nathan Marsh there. 1988 for Ellis Hetherington is another from the northeast, and another there, Charlie Daly. It's looking good for the northeast here. Let's see about another Nottingham vest. Oh, there we go, another Yorkshire vest coming through. 2 Yorkshire vests. Ewan Brown and Angus Cole, and then it's looking good. Kelmroyd Franks just came across for the northeast there. Well, here we go. I think that's it for the 6 that have come across. Here's the top 3 in the team standings then. Well, that's pretty close, isn't it? Surrey being given the gold as it stands in the senior men's team competition as part of the inter-counties. Yorkshire in second, and then the northeast with Carl Avery and Josh Blevins, their top 2. Only some 29 places behind Yorkshire. So Surrey, Yorkshire and northeast in the senior men's race. The podium medalists. Well, what a day from Nottingham and Wollaton Park. The 4th and final leg of the UK Cross Challenge Series is done. What a campaign it's been, from Cardiff to Liverpool to Parliament Hill and here in Nottingham. It's been so good. We can't wait to do it again. We'll see you in November. Thanks for watching us here from Wollaton Park. If you enjoyed, you can watch it all back at your leisure. Until next time, thanks for joining in this cross-country season. We'll see you again. Good night.
That's what it is.